Boop. Okay. Just getting started up here, guys. I'm a little late, but I'm not super late. So that's good. I'm not super late. I'm just a little late. Like by maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes really. That's fine though. That's fine. We're here now. That's all that matters. That is all that matters. Boop. And boop. Okay. 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 I'm digging deeper. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? And okay, that's crazy spicy. Hello, welcome on in. And fan, congrats on grabbing the lovely first redemption. Appreciate ya. Hello, hello. Boom, El Admiral. I don't know. He must not be at his computer right now. He's. I don't know where he's at. He must still be downstairs. I don't know. Boop. Okay, I can't hear anything. Music should be playing. Okay, I do hear it. I was gonna say, I'm starting to hallucinate hearing some of the sounds in the background. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. I still hear it now. We're good. We're fine. Oh, that scared me for a second. How are you today, my king? I'm doing pretty alright. I'm really tired. I took my brother to work today. So I ended up only getting a couple of hours of sleep. Waking up, taking him to work, coming back home, asking my other brother if he meant to sleep in as long as he did because he needed to go to work. Turns out he called off. So there was that. I ate a waffle, and then I took a 3-hour nap. I am wore out. This is probably how it's going to be for like the next week or so. I also had to go pick up my brother from work. And then I also had to go to the bank. So, I'm exhausted. It feels like I did a lot. I probably really didn't. I didn't do much today in terms of work. Today's kind of been a waste in terms of the day. But I'm hoping that I can get back on track. I've got a small to-do list for the week. Just a couple of small things here and there. Ideally, if I can get 2 videos done this week, then that'll kind of get me a little ahead of YouTube stuff so I can kind of relax. It's been a lovely month. Been a lovely month, guys. But I'm here. I'm chilling. We're having a time. We are having a time. Okay, there we go. I should bake cookies. Cookies are great. We love cookies. To catch you guys up to what we're doing today, we're going to be spending some time down here in this hole. This little quadrant with the hole here in specific is a little shallow. We want to get it just a little deeper. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks deeper, ideally, is kind of what I'm shooting for there. And a lot of it is already kind of ripped up. So I'm hoping that we can kind of do a lot more of it now. And there's a lot of tuff as well scattered around, so it should be pretty easy to kind of get through here, I think. So that's what we're gonna focus on specifically there. We may also just finish up the sand because that's all here. We've also got all of our furnaces still going. Got a full array. Shouldn't take too long for that to finish smelting, but that'll give us access to making the Mega Dome, which is going to look something kind of like this. I do know I want to try to save this for as long as I can, just because it is a little different, and I don't want to have to dig a whole bunch of things, and jump back to that, and then go back to digging, and then back to the dome. Like, I just want to focus on one project at a time. So my hope is that that will kind of be a relatively quick project as well. We'll see. Anyway, all that said, let's just get into it. Don't really need to do that. Okay. So we've got about, I guess that's 7 stacks of sand in each box. That's not too bad. We do need to refill all the lava. So I'll go ahead and do that really fast. I don't think we're gonna need to do... I don't know if we're gonna need all the lava I have. I don't know. We'll find out, I suppose. Although we are getting close to the end of our bucket in the furnace currently, so we may need everything. We'll see. Ba-ba-bum. And oh, okay, we've swapped over. Okay, so now I need to go back through and add one more to everything. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we calculated it. That is true. So we should need everything. Oh. There we go. I just gotta wait. I just gotta wait like a couple of seconds. There we go. Okay, put that there, and then I need one more. There we go. And please hold. There we go. Okay. Luckily, we have plenty of glass. A lot, really. Okay. So there's that. We need to do this quadrant. And I'm trying to think... Well, we won't be doing this quadrant yet. We'll be doing down there today. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, come over here. And what I want is these shulker boxes. We'll utilize them in our dig for a little bit here. Okay. So with deep slate in specific, I actually really want to use fortune on it more right now. Just because I need cobbled deep slate more than I need normal deep slate. So it just makes the most sense to use this pick in specific. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So I think last night I worked on the Omnia logo. It has been the ongoing project for those of you who aren't aware. That is like the one thing I think I've spent the most time on this month. And I've realized that I don't know what I'm doing anymore. And so I'm just kind of spitballing because I've gotten halfway through the original idea, but I feel like the original idea isn't... It's... I can't execute the original idea with the current iteration I have. So I'm trying to tweak it a little bit so that it still looks right. But I've been finding that that's very difficult. But I've spent like... I could check. I could tell you guys exactly how long I've spent on it. I keep myself on the clock for that stuff. Just because I like to see how much time and effort I put into things. And so I usually write down what I got up to. So this month alone, in terms of logged hours for the Omnia logo, I have 2.5 hours, I have 0.5, I have 1, I have 2, and then I've got another 1.5 there. So right now I have about 7.5 hours logged on that project just this month. And I've been working on it on and off for 3 or 4 months. Yeah, that one's taking its sweet time, but I want it to be perfect, or as close to perfect as I can get it. Once it's done, you know, I don't have to ever touch that part again. Then we can get back to actually making real progress, and it'll be a beautiful time. So I'm excited about that. YouTube stuff has been very busy lately too, so I've been excited to get that going again. It's been overall just a busy time of the year for me though. I need to talk to my mom and see what Christmas is going to be looking like. She mentioned that she wants, we're expecting company this holiday season. And so she's got to decide, you know, where everybody's going to be sleeping. Usually they use my room, but then that means I can't, you know, get videos and work on my video game done, and I can't work on streams. So I need to know exactly what weeks people are coming in, how much time I need to, how much time I have to prepare for that kind of stuff. It's a whole ordeal. So I'm not certain how that's gonna look yet. I need to talk to my mom and see what she's thinking. Christmas is a while away. It's only 3 months. Right? Yeah. Yeah, it's only 3 months away. That's really close. When it comes to planning stuff like that, yeah, it is right on our toes. That's why I have to plan so far ahead, because with like videos, those take weeks to make sometimes. And if I'm gonna be tied up for say 3 weeks, you know, I've got to have 3 videos done, plus I have to make all the videos that are coming out in current time. You know, I got a lot that I gotta plan for. It's not a bad thing, it's just, it is a thing. Hello, Oddly Fox, and hello, Coulter. Hope you're both doing well. The dome, it's about as good as I'm gonna get it. I have decided that I'm just gonna let it set up out of the water. So I'll kind of show you guys what it's gonna look like. Boop. So it's gonna look something like that. And it's just gonna kind of hover over the entire build. And the water will kind of go around it, but it won't actually be submerged in the water. Sadly, that's just in order for it to be submerged in the water, the buildings couldn't even be that tall. Even if I dig down all the way to bedrock, it would still be a pretty disappointing sight. So this is what I ended up settling for. It's gonna still look really cool, and I can probably do some other cool things with it, depending on how soon I finish this. I may be able to still do an underwater tunnel for it, but I'm also kind of thinking of doing like a bridge up top into a mountain over here of some sort. But mountains are kind of a tricky thing to build, so I'm kind of debating on if that's something I really want to do. Because I do like building mountains, it's just they tend to take a lot of time, and I don't know how much time I really have. So my main priority is just finishing this. Anything outside of it is going to be just awesome. We'll see. We'll see how we get there. Thank you for the lurk, Fox, and thank you for the lurk, Coulter. Appreciate you both. Thank you, thank you. What does that mean? So it is... Oh, I'm lagging. I'm lagging really badly. And it's me. Hang on. If you can hear me, I'll tell you. So lurking is just a way of saying, hey, I'm here. I'm watching, but I'm not actively chatting. Or I'm leaving the tab open while I go do something else because I need to, you know, go walk the dog or go eat something. So I'm going to let you have my view while I'm away. That's basically what lurking is. Okay, are we good now? I think we're chill. I don't know, my poor computer is it hates me. I think we're fine now. It was just a little silly moment. Okay. Trying to think. I saw as I was getting ready to start the stream today, Mojang has the first pre-release for 1.21.9, the Copper Age update, out now. It doesn't look like they changed anything in there. They didn't add anything new. So, they're still on target for a pretty soon release date. The only thing that we're waiting on is just a matter of Minecraft Live, which is happening next week. So I'm excited about that. I need to also put out the release date for the 12-hour stream that we're going to be doing hopefully this weekend. If that all goes to plan, then we'll have a good 12-hour stream, and then I'll be ready for next week when we do we'll do our stream regarding the Minecraft Live news and such, which is gonna be a good time. I'm excited for Minecraft Live. I always am. I'm just happy to see new features being added to the game I love so much. So it's always exciting to see that all happen. Hello, Chandra. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Do I say your name correctly? I don't know. I feel like I may be saying it wrong. I'm not sure. My day's been pretty good though, Coulter. I woke up early today. I had to take my brother to work. So I ended up waking up like really, really early. And then I got home. I ate a waffle. I went back to bed for about 3 hours because I was exhausted. I only slept for 2 hours through the night, so I took a 3-hour nap when I got home, and then I ate lunch, and then went to the bank, did some work on the computer, and now we're here. And you know, I'm happy with the day for the most part. You know, I wish I did more, but it's okay. It is okay. Just happy to see Agnes Larson. Fair enough. She does make the event more fun. That is for sure. Did I only have 3 of these? I guess I did. Okay. I was gonna go sleep, but somebody else did it for me. Trying to leave the diamonds so that I can come through and do those with Silk Touch. She's hot too. I guess. If for nothing else. If for nothing else. I don't know though. Like, I mean, when she's standing next to Jeb, I don't know. Me personally. Redheads, am I right? Are you good at PvP in Minecraft? Not a chance. I am really bad at PvP. I am really, really bad at PvP, but I do play it occasionally from time to time. I'm hoping to do it some this weekend when I do the 12-hour stream. We'll probably be playing on maybe a little bit of Hypixel and maybe some MCC Island. Just for a couple of hours, probably nothing too crazy, but it is something I would like to do. We'll just have to wait and see, though. I'm not very good at PvP, though. 1.9 PvP, I'm way better at that than I am at 1.8. It's just, I don't do well spamming. And that's usually the case with 1.8, is it's whoever clicks the fastest, and I can't. I have a theorized problem with my joints. I'm hesitant to just outright call it arthritis, but you know, I could be experiencing arthritis. So me doing any amount of spam clicking is just like, that's not easy. And then also I'm using a $14 mouse from like 7 years ago. So yeah, you know, those two factors together just make it so like I have maybe a 7 CPS at the end of the day, which isn't great. I want to see you play Minecraft Bedrock. I used to play Bedrock a little bit. I just don't have any reason to now. I prefer Java. It makes me happier. But I have played Bedrock in the past. Okay. Already tired. Ah. This is not good. This is not good. How am I tired already? Okay, let's pick up my diamonds. I gotta go do something, but I'll be back. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much, Coulter. No worries. Go do what you gotta do. Appreciate you being here, though. We'll catch you soon. Maybe you need a break. Well, I mean, I just started. It was only 30 minutes ago that I started playing. I woke up after not sleeping very much early this morning. So it's probably just due to the fact that I haven't slept very well. But that's okay. That is a-okay. Well, that being said, I do need some water really quick. Okay, there we go. I am trying to think of some ways to work with myself a little bit more. So I will say this. I am debating delaying the 12-hour stream currently. It just depends. I need to go to my doctor's on Thursday and get some blood results from them. And see how those came back. And depending on how those came back, you know, that may determine some things, because, you know, if it's something they can fix, I want to give you guys the best stream I can. But the vast majority of cases that we're probably going to be experiencing is that they can't fix it, and so we're just waiting till I find a doctor who can. So we're just kind of waiting to see what that's gonna look like. but I don't want to wait till Thursday to announce, hey, on Saturday we're doing a stream, you know? Like, that would just be like, I don't know, it feels weird. So, we'll see. I may announce it and just say, hey, just so you guys are aware, unless this happens, this is the day we're doing this. I just want to make sure that I cover my bases. Because, like, obviously, I want to do what's right, first and foremost. And that's difficult. That is really difficult to do sometimes. Because it requires me to sometimes be the bad guy, quote unquote. Not that there's necessarily a... If you're canceling stream, it's usually for a good reason. But I don't know. I don't want to like put out announcements for things and then turn around and say, yeah, we're not doing that actually. I don't know. I am aware of Crystal PvP, yes. I am. It's not something I like though. Crystal PvP is something that I find to be kind of boring to some degree. I think whatever you enjoy yourself, that's great, that's fine. And I will not rain on anybody's parade. If they enjoy Crystal PvP, more power to them. I just personally don't enjoy it. Although I don't really enjoy most PvPs. I find them to be relatively uninteresting. A lot of PvP these days focuses heavily on like totems and pots and gappling, and you know, it's just like people always do the same meta over and over again, which just isn't fun to me. Which is why I do like Hunger Games, or Battle Royale now, as they probably refer to it in most minigame spaces. Because it has that random aspect that allows you to outsmart people, because you're not gonna have 1,000 totems. You're not gonna have, you know, a mace and god tier armor. You're not gonna have all of these things. So you can't get super OP where it's like an annoying battle. It's about working with what you have, and that to me proves somebody else's superiority in combat, is if they can have gear that is probably considered quote unquote lesser than what somebody else has, but still pull out a victory. And that's what I like about Battle Royales, is it's very random what you end up with. And, you know, some of me hates it because it's kind of like, yeah, they had the best gun in the game. Of course they're going to win, in the case of, like, Fortnite. But, in Minecraft, I feel like there's a lot more you can do strategy-wise to prove that you're a more worthy combatant than they are. Do it when you're ready. Health comes first. I definitely agree. It's just I don't want to be putting it off. That's the big thing. I can't always wait till next month. If I can't do it this month. It's just, it was gonna work best this weekend just because my parents are out of town. I could always do it Sunday and run it could run it from like 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Sunday. Maybe. That's a little risky, though. I don't know. Sundays are tough for me to do much. But health definitely does come first. I just don't know what my health will look like even next month. That's the That is the peculiar space I'm in. I'm in a very unique scenario where theoretically, you know, I could be better or I'll be worse, you know, like we haven't bottomed out on how bad I can be. It's just been a steady slope. So it's kind of like I'm nervous to delay anything because, you know, I don't know if I'll have the energy for that again in, you know, a long time. My hope is that I'll have an energy for it next month. And ultimately, like, I guess I can always just tell you guys I owe you one and I'll give it to you when we get there. But I also hate that. I don't know. It'll be what it'll be, I suppose. Question is, did the guy get his girl? Find out later in today's episode of Twitch SMP. Honestly, though, I really want to know if it was Doers, right? That was the guy. That was talking about asking the girl out, right? Yeah, anything Doers. I'm sorry, I had to take the jacket off. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I'm really curious how that went. Okay. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking, right? I'm already starting to bargain here. This is not a good sign. So we need to get this side done. If I get this side done today, I'm just thinking, okay. This should have been done at the beginning of the stream. So today, if we finish that, right, that gives us how many more days? 1, 2, 3, 4 days this month left to do other things. So we could probably finish this quadrant in 1, maybe 2 days, depending on how much space I need to do. I could probably do that one. We may be able to get all 4 sides done in the remaining time this month, which would mean I hit my markers. It just depends, honestly, on how deep I want that quadrant to go, really, because I don't know is how deep I want to be. Because part of me wants it to be in between that one and this one. So it could be maybe even at this Y level right here. But part of me also wants it to be on the taller end than that one, and what that one will be. So I'm just struggling to figure it all out. But I think I can do most of the digging within the month, as long as I don't, I guess, lose a bunch of energy. I could always drink a coffee today as well, because half-life of caffeine, that's what is the half-life of caffeine?
So if you've consumed 10 milligrams mg of caffeine to 5 hours, you'll still have 5 grams of caffeine in your body. This is from healthline.com.
Okay, so after 5 hours, your caffeine amount goes in half. So that was a different response than I've ever heard from Siri, by the way. I don't think I've ever heard my Siri talk like that. I don't know. I shouldn't have access to any of the new AI stuff. My phone was made before that. Unless they've upgraded the servers to include it. What iOS update am I on? 18.6. Okay. I don't know what the newest iOS is, to be entirely honest with you guys. I don't keep up with Apple updates. Okay, interesting. Well, if I take it now, in 5 hours, it's gonna be, let's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'll be midnight. Now that's only half-life caffeine. Theoretically, I'm gonna probably go to bed at like 2 in the morning. So you'll lose a little bit more caffeine out of that as well. So what I'm guessing is we could definitely drink some coffee. If I remember correctly, I kind of calculated that it's like 8 hours for caffeine to pretty much for you to like crash on caffeine, because the thing is, the more caffeine you consume, the harder the crash is gonna be, because it cuts in half over and over and over again. So the first crash is the worst, but then you get hit with another crash on top of it, you know, just a couple of hours later. Okay. I'm willing to crash at 2 in the morning. That's like a proper time to do it. I'm not talking myself out of this one, I don't think. Also, welcome back, Coulter. Hope you're doing well. Theoretically, King rizzed up spicy. That's me. Totally. Probably average time. I guess it depends on your body. Same as alcohol. Some people can drink more before getting drunk, and also some sober up quicker and stuff. That is true. A lot of people have a different caffeine tolerance level, so you, like, just because your caffeine is up doesn't mean you can't sleep. And, it also doesn't mean that you're, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna stay within your body for the full 5 hours, you know? Ultimately, it's gonna depend on how quickly your digestive system picks up. You know, your body is going to absorb it, and then it's going to pass it. So if you drink a lot of water, it's going to cause you to pass all of that caffeine very, very quickly. Usually through the urinary system. So all I gotta do is just stay a little hydrated, drink a lot of coffee, and we're set, right? That's what I'm hearing. Nobody's telling me no. That means it's a good idea. Or maybe it means it's a really bad idea. Who needs caffeine? I just constantly power through the pain. My sleep is fricked. My life is fricked. Everything is chaos. But at least I'm still an elite Skyblock gamer. That's fair, Gus. That's fair. How's it going, dude? It's good to see you. I went to bed, like, I don't even know when I went to bed last night. All I know is I had to wake up 2 hours after I went to bed so I could take my brother to work. But I remember you were playing some Skyblock. Yeah, I pee lots after an energy drink. Okay, so as long as I'm peeing, we're okay. Which is not a thing I thought I would be saying on my stream ever. But, here we are. I'm fricked as previously stated. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm so tired. You need to hear weirder stuff? I can join a call. I'm well aware of how weird you can get. I have not forgotten. Thank you. I don't know who's sleeping, but whoever did is like so beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm a professional Twitch streamer, believe it or not. I mean, honestly though, like, you do kind of do well on Twitch, and it's not shocking, because you're a good streamer just across the board, but it is impressive considering, you know, you don't have a pre-existing audience that's necessarily active on Twitch, you know? It's been years since you've streamed there. So to see you actually, like, having some solid numbers is kind of crazy. It's awesome. Dude, I keep making so much money from ads. It used to be so little that you could get, but yeah, now it's like, man. I don't know what YouTube pays in terms of ad revenue. I'm sure it's probably at least somewhat comparable to what YouTube or to what Twitch pays. Maybe a little better, maybe a little worse. Well, that's awesome. I want to turn on the ads, on the YouTube ads for streams and see how they compare. I know it was so bad back in the day. I will say that yesterday I got an ad in the middle of your YouTube stream. So I don't know if YouTube is running them regardless, or what. I don't know what's going on there. But I have had it happen a couple of times now. So it may be worth turning on, because I guess, you know, right now they may not be paying you for that. Or it's just a fluke and I'm the only one having that happen. But maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was somebody else that said that they were having that on a different channel. Darn, turn up the frequency and get milking the money. Exactly. And if you don't, I will. Because somebody has to. It's for science, okay? It's for science. I averaged 3 times the viewers on UIT. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine getting 3 times the money on YouTube just because of all that ad revenue? Like, I know people make fun of ad revenue being like pennies, but genuinely speaking, it's actually not that bad. Like, I don't know. It's not that bad though. Like, I wouldn't necessarily run it if I had an option as a small streamer to, like, run no ads or run ads, you know, just purely for the sake of, like, I could choose whether they're on or off entirely. I probably wouldn't necessarily run them because I do make so little off of it. But, you know, big streamers especially, it's not just pennies. Like, they're making enough to live off of. And that's the crazy thing about it. Bum, bum, bum. YouTube can run ads whenever they want, even if you say not to or are not monetized. That is true. I've had people say that there's ads on my videos. Even the ones that aren't copyrighted at all. Which, yes, I do have a couple of videos that technically are copyright violations, just a little. But those don't even really get ads. It's just a few of my videos have already had some advertisements placed on them. It's a bummer I won't see any of that money on those, but, you know, one day I will. That's pretty cool. We're actually really close to being monetized on YouTube. I'm 432 watch hours away, I think. I don't remember. It's something like that. So if I just get a couple of good videos put out and do a couple of really good streams, I think I could get there, which would be really nice. I want to hit it before February comes around, because otherwise I'm going to have to start competing with my past self and watching my watch time expire while I'm trying to catch up. And it's going to be brutal, because there were some, like, really good days out there where I had, like, 100 hours of watch time. And I don't want to mess with that. I am scared my viewers will be upset if I feed them ads on the streams. That's fair. That is fair. I just realized I get more stream views per day on YouTube than all this goofy Twitch sellout month. King, stream more or just post more vids? I will. I've got one video I need to record this week so that I can post it next week. And then I have one video I should record this week as well, if I can, that I can post the week after next. I'm trying to get ahead by a month, if I can, because it's part of the stress. If I can just be ahead, then I can relax a little bit and I can breathe, and I can actually work on things without feeling bad about everything. Like, I don't work on YouTube nearly enough, and I feel bad about it. But if I could get ahead by a week, then, you know, it would be nice, and I think the videos I've got planned are gonna probably do well, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. If I streamed more, I don't know if I could do that well, in all honesty. Like, I could stream longer, but energy-wise, you know, I'm pretty well cooked. So that's not really an option to stream longer, but we could stream on more days. So I could do 7 streams a week, each being, you know, 4 hours long or whatever. That would give me, you know, how much? Like 3 extra streams, because I do 4 already. So, like, theoretically that could get something. But, you know, who knows? Who knows whether that works or not? And what am I gonna have to sacrifice in order to do those extra streams? That's the other thing that scares me. Okay, I do remember you, Zaid. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Gus and King play Bed Wars for 30 hours straight, not clickbait. That sounds... I mean, it sounds wonderful to be there with you, but 30 hours, that sounds like pure torture, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. Like, I have vowed I will never do anything. I will never do a 24-hour stream ever again. Like, I don't know, I just hated it. It was a terrible experience. It wasn't downright terrible, but I don't know. It just wasn't... It wasn't worthwhile to me. Maybe I'll figure out a way to do it again, but I don't know. I hate falling into that trap of telling myself I have to do things. 12-hour streams are hard enough. They shouldn't be hard, but for some reason they end up becoming harder. I'm getting old. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm trying to get ahead even by even a day. Me too, dude. Me too. If I could just be ahead a little bit, that would be so much better than posting things the day of and going, oh yeah, we got a video now. It's like, I want there to be a plan. And I mean, I do have a plan, sort of. It's just I can't enact it yet. Get your high energy streamer buddy Gus there, King. We can do it. I mean, you are higher energy than me, that's for sure. And you would be able to keep me awake for a couple of minutes, so that would be good. Although, Gus, and this has no reflection on you as a person, this is actually just purely a testament to how bad my physical form has fallen into whatever sort of sickness I must have. I have fallen asleep when we've been in call before. I feel so bad. I feel so bad about this. But I've done it. I've done it like so many times. And it's not your fault, like I said. It's just like after once we talk for a couple of hours or even just 30 minutes sometimes. I can't explain it, but my body just like it doesn't know how to stay awake. And you know, that's not great. That is not good. But, you know, I can stay awake for at least 30 minutes into any conversation we have. Usually. Oh, okay. Can I? There we go. Hello, Yuzi. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I got a new phone and it's so cool, and I put my channel on here, and my channel has 23 or 22 subs. Nice. That's awesome, dude. I hope that keeps going well for you, and I hope you enjoy your new phone. What phone did you get, if you don't mind me asking? Those... Reaper. Aw, man. I could take them out, because, like, I do need the gunpowder, but I'm too lazy. Oh. Okay, nobody's gonna kill me. We're good. We're chill. We're fine. We're fine. I will say, so I wasn't gonna do a 1500 subscriber special, but somebody specifically asked me to play some horror mods for Minecraft, and I was hesitant to even agree to it, but I decided I would make it a sub goal just for the fun of it. It's a silly little thing, something I would never do otherwise. And I have no clue what mods I'm gonna install for it yet. I'm just gonna kind of look them up and see what most people recommend. I've heard a lot of people say the broken script, but if I remember correctly, the broken script isn't... It's unsettling, it's just not, like, actually scary. It kind of comes off cringy, more so, in my opinion. If it's the one I think it is. That all said, I will download, like, probably the 5, maybe 10 most scariest Minecraft mods, I guess, and make a video out of it. And so I'm excited about that. That's coming out, or coming up soon. I'm gonna wait till I actually hit the goal, just because I'm good at procrastinating or something like that. But yeah, that's gonna be fun. If I hit another goal of some sort and that video is like really well received, I may look into possibly doing a follow-up video with some more friends, and play it with them. However, I don't know if most people would be interested in doing that. Most of my friends aren't into that sort of scene. But we'll see. We will see. King is cringy. You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. MGA, but I have to go. I have school tomorrow. No worries, Yuzi. Appreciate you being here. I hope you have a good day at school tomorrow, and we'll catch you another time. Bye-bye, Yuzi. Bye-bye. Also, gonna log out. Servers restarting. Okay, while that happens, I'm gonna quickly go grab a coffee. And I might grab some more water really quick. Just really, really fast. And by the time I'm back up here, the server should be back up and running. I'll have some coffee, so I'll have a little extra energy. And then we'll get back to digging. See ya, Yuzi. Bye-bye. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I will be right back. Give me like 3 minutes top, hopefully. Okay, we're back again. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Server should be back online as well. I've got some coffee. Online. Wait. Scratch pump up. This is a good time to mention convenient. Wait, why am I burning? What? UI, thank you, yeah. I don't know why I was burning. Was I here? I was. Yeah. Maybe. I thought I dug up all. I don't know. Anyway. This convenient product place wasn't really planned to be a segment, but if you like the shirt, you can buy it. X-Mark shirt. That's the thing. Probably the coolest thing I've ever made, in all honesty. I need to get that hooked up to the domain so you guys can actually go to the domain name. But I don't have that set up properly yet. So you can't, but eventually I'll get around to it. I will get around to it. Okay. Rip this all up. Yeah, I definitely did this part because I fell off into the hole. So it undid some of my work, huh? Okay. Interesting. That is really interesting, actually. I wonder... Huh. I don't know. I do not know. Okay, I am kind of curious, though. What the, like, top 5 Minecraft horror mods are. So now I'm just gonna look it up really fast, because... Why not? Mods, can I, like... search by tag? Is that a thing I can do on Modrant? Categories. Okay, adventure, curse, decorations, mobs, minigame, management, library. I guess it would... I don't think any of that really is... I guess I'm just gonna have to Google it. Top Minecraft horror mod. You've got Herobrine, Better Cave Dweller, From the Fog, John. Just John Reborn, I guess. Yeah. Parasites, Sanity, Spider Flat, The Anomaly, The Mimicker, Whispers of the Wendigo, Blood Moon, Hardcore Darkness, Sons of Sins, Nyctophobia, Horror Movie Monsters, Midnight, the Boiled One? The Boiled One. Okay. The Box of Horrors, Gravestone mod, and Zombie Awareness. I'm really curious. CurseForge has a horror section. None of this is really helpful, though. Okay, so what about the broken script? That's what somebody told me to download, so I'm really curious. They rename it, maybe? I don't know. I do not know. Hello, Zavex. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. There it is. The broken script Minecraft mod. Read the description. Let's see. What to know before playing. Mod can ban you from your world. Mod can crash the game. Mod can create TXTs on your desktop. Mod can shake your game window. Mod can create custom error pop-ups on your desktop. Mod will grief your world. Mod will destroy your buildings. Do not play this mod with shaders that change texture of the moon. Do not play this mod with world gen mods. Some events will break right now. I won't upload the unsafe version to Modrant. Do not ask me to do so. It has been discontinued. The broken script is a very slow horror mod that will try to make you feel paranoid. There are random events, few entities, and anomalies, and much more. Interesting. That is one mod that I was requested to play. I don't really love it making TXTs on your desktop. That's just annoying. But maybe, possibly. Mushroom from Georgia. What? Are you saying that you're from Georgia? If so, that's pretty cool. And then my question, I guess, would be, are you from Georgia, the country, or Georgia, the United States, state? Because I'm from the United States, so we have a state out here called Georgia. And I've been through there a couple of times. It's a very nice state. But I've never been to the country. I've never left the country, guys. I do look forward to doing that at some point in time in the future. I just don't know which country I would go visit. I really want to hit a lot of the US still. There's so many cool places I've not been. Part of me kind of wants to do like a United States tour and just hit one thing in every state. Even if I've already been to that state, I want to go do something there that I've never done before. So, for example, I've been to Florida so many times. You know what I've never done? I've never been to the Gulf. That's something I could do. You know, I've been to New York, but it was only for a layover, so I've never actually been to New York. It'd be kind of nice to go there, actually do some stuff. I'd like to go out there when it's Christmas time and all the decorations are out. I think that'd be so beautiful. It would be crazy packed and crazy cold. But I remember my mom and I talked about that once, and it sounds like she would like to do it too. So maybe I can take her out there at some point when we're both a little older. Still need to visit the USA. I've never been. It's a pretty cool place. I don't know where I would recommend visiting in the US, to be entirely honest. It just depends on what you're thinking you would like to do. Because it's such a big country that, like, you know, for example, if you wanted to be in California and New York, you'd have to stay for several days and also fly. And to fly across the country like that, it's like an 18-hour flight. And that doesn't include any layovers. So it's one of those things that's hard. But I definitely recommend it to everybody if you can. Go to the US and see what we have. You know, there's not a lot to see necessarily, except there are some cool things I would say you should see. If you have time, going out to like out west a little bit, there's some cool mountains out there. We have the Grand Canyon in Arizona. That's a pretty cool place. I've never seen it with my own eyes. I've been there, and I did see it technically with my own eyes, but that was before I had my glasses, and so I didn't know. I didn't understand really why people thought it was this really cool thing. I mean, it was cool, but the picture I saw of it was distorted to what everybody else was seeing. And, so I actually been able to see it in its full beauty, which is a little sad. If you're more into, like, landmarks that are man-made, there's some really cool ones that we also have. In the Midwest, we have the St. Louis Arch. Really cool place. If you're really into history especially, you can learn a lot about the engineering that went to building the arch, which is really interesting. Although I know that's not everybody's cup of tea. If you go to DC, Washington, D.C., our capital, it's a very rich historical area. I mean, you got all sorts of monuments, which I know isn't something probably British people are interested in. just because a lot of that has to do with, some of that has to do with when we weren't necessarily on the same side of history. Although I don't think there's any hard feelings there, really, because that was a couple hundred years ago. So I feel like, you know, maybe all is forgiven. I did that wrong. Oop. Anyway, there's that. That's pretty cool stuff out there. World War museums. The Air and Space Museum is really cool. What else? What else do we have that's really cool? Florida. As much as people make fun of it, you know, we've got, like, 2 Disney parks in the US. Florida has the whole Disney World. So if that's, like, your cup of tea and you like roller coasters and theme parks and such, it's a pretty cool place to go. If you're more into hardcore roller coasters and such, then I would say Universal might be more up your alley, though. Probably want to do Route 66 in an American Classic convertible. Oh, dude, that would be sick. You'd have to get, like, a really sick drone shot of it, too, I feel like. You know? That would be so cool. If anything, it's the Americans that hate the British, not the other way around. I will say that is something that tends to be the case. You know, we'll poke fun at the British without them asking for it, usually. In typical American fashion, they may not necessarily always be the most rational, I would say. And the fact that the second a British says anything remotely critical of the U.S., it like Swifty said there, but oh what or like, who won the war? Who won it? Huh? Who won the war, Britain? Who won? You're just mad because we're not paying you taxes anymore. We're the reason your empire crumbled. Like, you know, it's silly, but it's just like, Americans do. Like, we don't let that go. We hold that over everybody's head as much as we can. And to be fair, like, some of that we should hold over their head. Like, I will never not remind French people how many times we saved their sorry butts throughout history. They're very quick to start waving a white flag, is all I'm gonna say. That being said, you know, I like British people. I think they're pretty cool. I've had the pleasure of talking to a few of them. As much fun as I do poke at them, they're usually pretty nice people. The French, on the other hand, don't get me started on them. So if you thank you for submitting your taxes, I appreciate it. Hiking, hello, bottle of water, chips. Who is 3 miles from killing us all, but got lazy and waited till morning just for us to leave during the night and win the war? Us. You know, the times that, like, it's interesting. So the United States, right? Yeah, true. True. That is a good point, Swifto. The amount of times the United States gets criticized for going overboard, but they really didn't necessarily go overboard, is kind of interesting. One example that a lot of people love to go with is saying, like, you know, the United States was way out of line for nuking Japan twice. Which, I shouldn't be laughing at this because it is really bad and it's terrible that it happened, don't get me wrong. But there are a couple of things that we do need to, like, kind of remember here. First off, Japan touched our boats. This is like a common historical fact about the United States, but you never touch their boats. You know, that hasn't gone well for anybody. Our Navy is one of our pride and joys. Touching Pearl Harbor was probably the worst choice any military could have made, and it is the choice that Imperial Japan made. So there's that as just one tiny little caveat to people trashing on the US for doing that. But also, like, it's been well established and well documented that had we not done that, I say we as if I was alive back then. I wasn't I wasn't in the picture at all, so I can't claim credit for this at all. But had the US not done that, it was very likely that we would have been looking at a much bloodier and longer drawn-out war than before, with even worse economic and casualty casualties. It would have had a larger effect on humanity as a whole, I guess is the word I'm trying to look for there. It brought a decisive end to it all. Now I understand, like you said there, yes, the USA did definitely bomb a city. There is a difference between bombing Pearl Harbor and a city. However, the problem really lies into the fact that Japan... What? Hang on. What did you say, Swiftu? Okay. Okay. I don't... You know what? Fair enough. What was I saying? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There was a couple of things about it, I guess. The US didn't want to be involved in the war, for one. I mean, to be fair, they kind of were involved by supplying aid to, what was it, the Allies? I think that's World War II. That sounds right. So, like, to be fair, I can see why they did it, but on the other hand, it was very dumb to bomb a non-hostile nation. And then on top of that, just, like I said, I don't take the loss of life lightly. I've been very open about this. The loss of life, any life, is tragic at best. And I hate to say that, like, it's a necessity, but the rulers of Imperial Japan were... I don't want to just, like, say a blanket statement necessarily, but they weren't good to their own civilians. And I mean, like, that's not to say the US is all that. I mean, like, I do believe, you know, the United States is probably the best country on the earth, but I think everybody says that about their own country, so it's not that crazy for me to say. Okay, why did I tab out? Japan killed immigrants who had just come to America hoping for a better life just to immediately die. That's evil. US bombing their cities justifies that. It's hard. In war, this is the problem with war in general. Like, yes, you are absolutely correct. There were a lot of immigrants who had died in that. But did it justify the amount of casualties we caused in Japan? I don't know. Because who's to say what is and isn't justice? You know? Ultimately, you know, taking out two of the most densely populated cities in Japan did force them to have to not fight any longer, which put out a lot of the tension in the Asia-Pacific region. So, on one hand, yes, a lot of people died, and it was quick, and it was painless, and it was awful still. Like, I'm not trying to make it sound glamorous, like, by no means was it glamorous, but it did force an end to an otherwise worse opportunity, I suppose. Now, whether the US was aware of just how decisive that was, I'm not really familiar with the history enough to know that. All I know is we knew that was our response to it. And in all fairness, we did warn them that we were going to do it. And they did have their option to surrender. I just think it's tragic that it took two mass casualty bombings to get them to concede. That's what I find tragic about it the most. And I mean, I will say, like, you know, I think for the vast majority of people, in the US anyway, we don't really look at it, I don't want to say proudly, because we don't look at it with shame either. But we don't look at it with desire to nuke other countries ever again. It's one of those things. We recognize how bad that was. And we don't wish for that to happen again. It's precisely why we've signed so many treaties to ensure that these weapons of mass destruction aren't used again, particularly on civilian areas. I mean, in the case of Japan, like, I know it's a lot larger than what it looks on maps, but in the case of Japan, for example, you know, a lot of those cities also did have some military use. And really, if you bomb anywhere in Japan that's a military target with a nuke, it's gonna cause overall worse effects to the surrounding areas that people do live in. I don't know. It's hard to justify much of anything when it comes to killing. You know, it's a slippery slope, because when you justify one thing, it means you need to justify other things. And can you, in good conscience, really justify some of this stuff? I don't know. That? I just can't fit any more in there. That's fine. Okay. Let's go up and empty out my boxes. I will say probably the more justified things that the US has done is, and a lot of people would say it's probably reckless, is the war on terror, especially. You know, a lot of people have tried, and maybe they have some legitimate caveats about it, I don't know. But a lot of people have said that a lot of it probably wasn't exactly the most legal the way we handled it, but we did have a right to go and catch our terrorists. So, you know, to some degree, like, yes, some of that was probably not handled the proper way, but we did have full backing from NATO to go do it. So, like, I don't know. With terrorism in specific, it's one of those very interesting things. If you don't condone it and you don't move swiftly, you don't approve of it, but you don't put a harsh enough stance against it to discourage anyone else from joining them. You have to make examples out of terrorism very quickly, is the thing. Because I think the vast majority of us can all sit here and agree terrorism is bad, right? If you can't, I do kind of wonder where you're coming from on that. You know, ultimately, loss of life from a non-combatant, especially, point of view, it's awful. And that's the thing I have against terrorists in specific. They don't care who they're attacking, they just attack, and that's kind of messed up. I don't know. I made it. I think I joined at an awkward topic a little bit. How's it going, Scrap? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's get in here. Mariah Carey is defrosting slowly. Speaking of terrorism, Mariah Carey. Are you all ready for your ears to be absolutely assaulted by Mariah Carey? Okay, I won't lie. I actually do kind of like the song, but by the end of the Christmas season, I'm ready for it to be gone. So, she is defrosting, though. It is true. It is very, very, very true. We could probably play that during the 12-hour stream. I could definitely do it. I feel like I also need to play Wake Me Up When September Ends. We could even do that today. I don't know. We'll see. What are you doing? I'm currently repairing my tools, and then we're gonna be digging a hole. Hey, Coral, all I want for Christmas is you. Oh, thanks. I feel the same way. I might be speaking a little too niche here, but I enjoy My Chemical Romance, so this is like something I definitely would have heard. I'm curious if any of you have heard My Chemical Romance's cover of All I Want for Christmas Is You. I don't hate it. It's a little different. It's very emo, so like, you know, it's gonna sound that punk rock sort of sound, but it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. Gerard Way actually has a pretty good voice, all things considered. I have Ultimate Riz, 10 out of 10 Riz. It might even be 20 out of 10, in all honesty. For every 1 Riz, you actually have 2. And you may be asking how this is possible, and I don't think there's an answer, it just is. There we go. I need more beef. I need to kill more cows. Oh, sleepy time. I also have coffee. I need to drink this. Iced coffee is so good, guys. I'm such a white girl. I am such a white girl. And I don't even care, like... There's a reason I love women so much, and it's because, like, I am so much like them. Totally. Taylor Swift, iced lattes, and, Stardew Valley, and, K-pop Demon Hunters, okay? That sounds like almost every white woman I've ever run into. Oh, jeez. Also, see you later, Scrap. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate you, dude. Make it. Go, 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 go. There we go. Alright, we're almost done down here, really. I mean... We've got 6. Right now, we've got half of the layer dug out already. So it's really like 4.5 layers to go. 5 layers to go, maybe. Technically. Okay, excuse Fortunate Son here. All you need is the Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, I listened to Sabrina Carpenter's song. It was called Tears. How do I put this? How do I put this? It was a song, okay? It was a song of all time. It was kind of, it was a bop, but I hated that it was a bop. Okay? It was, I hate how she... I don't know, maybe I'm missing the point of the album. But I feel like she objectifies herself way too much. And... I don't know, I just feel weird listening to her music, in all honesty. Because I remember when she was on Disney Channel. I don't know. I know part of that is probably because she doesn't want to be remembered for being on Disney Channel, so she's gone so far to say things so counter to what was Disney. But I don't love how much she's objectifying herself in this album. Now, again, I'm probably just missing the fact that that's the whole point of the album, is to poke fun at how much she can objectify herself. I don't know. But I was digging the dance break in the middle of Tears. That was a great opportunity. I liked it. It was solid. I hate how much I vibed with it. It made me want to bob my head. but I hated that. It almost made me sick to bob my head at it. It was just, I don't know, it felt weird. That's all. Bum. My friend played it on repeat. I like House Tour. House Tour. I will add that to the queue. I haven't listened to all of her music. Just because after I listened to that one, I was like, is this a good idea? Is the question. She's changed the Tears music video like many times. Really? Is it like getting taken down? Like I haven't watched the music video at all, so I don't know how bad it is. Just judging by the lyrics, I can only imagine how the music video goes. She just changed the ending. Okay, I gotcha. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I'll say that much. I love when every man dies in the dies actively. What? Huh? I don't want to die. When did you get hot is good too. Okay. When did I spell? Okay, there we go. In all her music videos, the men die. What? Okay, there's probably some meaning there that I just haven't found yet, then. I see. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. The art may just be lost on me. I don't understand it. But that's okay. It's definitely not music I would listen to with my parents in the car. That's for sure. I'm really hoping Taylor Swift's new album is a bop. Because I didn't really love Midnight's. And then, Tortured Poets Department just didn't hit the way I was hoping it was. You didn't love Midnight's? It was alright. I felt like, so some of the songs were very much, it felt like Tortured Poets Department to me. Yeah, let me just pull her up so I can tell you which songs. When is Life of a Showgirl? 16 days? Okay. Well, that's coming up really soon. Okay, okay, where is... Do It With a Broken Heart, Fortnite, Tortured Poet, 1989. Midnight's was 2023. That was 2 years ago. I remember staying up all night to listen to it when it released. Okay, have you heard Sweet Nothing in Question? Yes, those two are good. I'm so scared for Father Figure because the leaked lyrics are so vulgar. Yeah, I've seen some of those. They're interesting. They're very interesting. I think it was... I think Paris was one that I didn't really care for too much on Midnight's. Was it Labyrinth? I didn't like Vigilante. That one wasn't great. I I like the instruments. I just felt like her singing could have. She has a very powerful range. Taylor Swift does, and I wish she would utilize it more. Like, I was really hyped for Snow on the Beach, for example, because it has Lana Del Rey on it. Lana Del Rey has some very strong vocals. And she just didn't, like, get to do anything on the song. And so then you have Snow on the Beach featuring more Lana Del Rey. And I still felt like it wasn't enough Lana Del Rey. I'm gonna be honest. I was very disappointed in that song, to be 100% honest. Now, all the other songs for the most part, like I like Lavender Haze, Antihero is pretty good. I don't really remember Maroon, to be honest. You're on Your Own, Kid, though. Yes, that one's good. Midnight Rain. I might know that one. I don't know. It's been a while since I've listened to some of this stuff. Midnight Rain, if it's the one I think it was, it just depends on the mood I'm in. Question is good. Bejeweled, I love Bejeweled. It is like such a vibe. I don't know. It is such a vibe. Listen to Maroon again. Okay, I will add that to the queue. Labyrinth, I can't recall Labyrinth perfectly. Karma is a vibe. I like it. I've used several lines from Karma as a as evil monologuing. I was like, I think I told one of my friends, I was like, I used the line Karma's like a cat purring in my lap because it likes me. It likes me. And you can get really deep into those lines and just like completely go full intensity with a Taylor Swift lyric, and it can sound very evil monologue-y. I mean, you go to like Better Than Revenge. Like, Taylor Swift used to be savage. Don't even listen to the Taylor's version of Better Than Revenge. Listen to the original. You'll see just how bad she could be. It was great. Sweet Nothing was good. Mastermind was solid. The Great War was okay. I didn't love it. Bigger Than the Whole Sky was nice. I liked that one. High Infidelity was catchy. Glitch, I actually liked that one. And Dear Reader was okay. I like the concept of Dear Reader. I just kind of wish it was a little different with all. $1 Million Man and Ultraviolence, National Anthem, and Pretty When You Cry. I love Glitch. Glitch is great. It's sus though. Fair. Fair. Yeah, Lana Del Rey is good. Let me think. What Lana Del Rey songs do I love? I remember the first Lana Del Rey song I had ever heard was Young and Beautiful, which I think is probably true of a lot of people. It was one of her first like breakout hits, I think, 2013. So that lines up, I think. Summertime Sadness, it slaps. I as much as I'm embarrassed to say it, I kind of like it. Video games, Say Yes to Heaven. I'm so basic. I don't know enough of Lana Del Rey to really comment on all of her music, but the stuff I have heard her in, she is very good. First one I heard was Diet Mountain Dew. I'll have to add that to my queue as well. I'm trying to think. I'm so into Money, Power, Glory, and for absolutely no reason. Fair enough. Hello, Just a Casual Coder. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day as well. Appreciate ya. We are having a good day indeed. I'm just digging and talking about music. I'm trying to think if there's any other musicians that, like... Okay, here's one for you. Something in my throat. Okay. Olivia Rodrigo, she's pretty good. I will say, I do appreciate Olivia Rodrigo. I'm trying to think Which one do I like by her? Which one? Which one do I know by her? Stranger? I like Stranger. That one's a good one. Pretty Isn't Pretty is like so good, so good. Pretty Isn't Pretty. Boop. Okay. I really like Kate McRae had a couple of good songs even, which was shocking to me that I even liked any of her stuff, but I did. I also liked Hayley Williams of Paramore. She has a phenomenal voice, and I wish that she would do more solo stuff in all honesty, because as much as I do like Paramore, I think if she would do something outside of that genre, it would make her stand out even more. I think she's a phenomenal artist. Very powerful vocalist. What time zone are you in? I am in the Eastern Daylight Time. So if you look at New York, I'm the same time zone as them. New York, Florida. Hope you're okay, and Ballad of a Homeschooled Girl for Olivia for me too. Okay. I don't think I've heard those. I haven't listened to enough Olivia Rodrigo, if I'm honest. I've been slacking just a little bit. I have a lot of artists I need to listen to. You know, I pick up a couple of their songs and I put them into a playlist and say I'll listen to them eventually. And so I've been trying to find art in every single artist that I can, in every genre that I can, because I genuinely just want to enjoy more music. Because I don't know, I just like being able to pull out the fact that I know a lot of songs from a lot of different genres. Like, you could pull out, I wouldn't say you could just pull any song on me and me know it, because that's not true. You know, you guys have all listed several songs from artists that I'm not completely aware of, but there are a lot of songs that I know just from a wide range of people, you know. I know a couple of songs from the Foo Fighters. I know so much Linkin Park and Taylor Swift, and I know a little bit of Katy Perry, and toss in some oh, who's another group I used to listen to? There's another one. My Chemical Romance. Lord Huron? Yeah, absolutely. Heck yeah, dude. They've got some pretty cool stuff. I do like them. Have you heard Robin from Taylor Swift? I think so. I want to say you had me listen to that one, Coral, and I actually do think that one was pretty decent, if I remember correctly. Okay. Hope you're okay. I'm about a homeschool girl. Need you. I like that way from Kate McRae. I don't know if I've heard that one. Pretty decent. Like, it wasn't the best thing that's ever touched music history. Well, you gotta remember, I'm a sucker for the Red era. So, I really love, All Too Well. I love All Too Well. I love Sad, Beautiful, Tragic, and, State of Grace, both the acoustic and the normal version. Red, 22, man, I just love the Red era. It's so good. It's so good. Let's see. I mostly listen to D&B, EDM, that sort of stuff. Okay, that's fair. I haven't gotten into that area yet. It is something I want to explore a little bit more, but I haven't found the right people yet. I've been getting a lot more into the Goo Goo Dolls. The people that make Iris, for anyone who doesn't know who that is. Great stuff there. Been loving them. Hello, Jamaro. I need a netherite beacon. You're not wrong. A netherite beacon would be nice. Right now, I've just been rocking iron, so it would be a flex. Hello, brother. How much time? Hello, Naomi. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you again. I'm sucker for folklore Evermore. That's fair. Evermore had a couple of bangers on it, if I remember correctly. And folklore probably did too. Trying to remember which album has it's the one with Bon Iver, maybe, that I'm thinking of, that song. Exile? Is that the song I'm thinking of? Possibly. Exile or Evermore, the song. Both of them are very good. Now you mention it, yeah, both of those are pretty good. Exiles and Folklore. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I like both of those, but Exile's the one I was thinking of. I do enjoy those. It's kind of interesting that I do like Bon Iver a little bit. Because it's not something I would think of myself to really listen to very much, but I don't know, I just really like his voice. Especially when he sings deeper. Like, he's not known for his deeper voice, but when he's actually singing in his lower register, it sounds really, really good. I don't know. Have you heard any past songs? I don't think so. Sad, Beautiful, Tragic, so underrated. Help. Oh, gee. I will probably, during the 12-hour stream, if I can play some guitar, that might be on the list, honestly, Coral. Because it's an easy song for the most part. But, yeah. Pass like an acronym. Can't say the name itself. Now I'm trying to figure this out. Give me a second. I'll figure it out in a minute. It's, which one would that be? Oh, okay, Coral. Yes, I've heard some of their stuff. They've got some good ones. Apocalypse is a classic. I like Cry, Sunset Sweet, Falling in Love. Yeah. I do like some of their stuff. I don't know why I didn't realize that that's who you were talking about. I'm so sorry. But yeah, they're pretty cool. I like their stuff. I'm studying. Oof, I'm sorry, Naomi. You're a fan to play Minecraft, and I am the type of fan studying. Don't lie, laugh at me. Oh, you're all good, dude. Studying, I don't enjoy it personally, but I respect it. I was never good at school, so I completely and totally understand. You've probably heard a couple of Chase and Status songs already. They've done a lot with a lot of different artists. I see. Okay. There's a very good chance I have. I don't recognize them by their name, but I've probably heard them somewhere. It looks like they're very popular. Yeah, I just somehow don't recognize them by name. I'll take a look at them eventually. We'll add, I don't know, we'll add one of the songs. Add that to queue. Have you heard Fleetwood Mac? Heck yeah. Fleetwood, we love Fleetwood. Obviously, Landslide. Like, feel like that's a good one. Go Your Own Way is a very popular one. The Chain, again, very popular. Let me see, what else? What else do I like by them? I've heard a couple of their stuff. There's another song, I just can't find it. The other side of it might also be, I don't know if I'm just thinking of a Stevie Nicks song, or if I'm thinking of Fleetwood Mac. Although looking at Stevie Nicks, I don't see... I'm not seeing song I recognize there. You look like Stevie Nicks in 75? What does that even mean? Hold on. What does that even mean? Alright, time to Google Stevie Nicks 1975. Stevie Nicks 1975. Taylor Swift song, okay. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, I'm looking at Stevie Nicks in 1975, and I don't see their resemblance. Okay, Dreams is the best Fleetwood Mac song. Yes, yes. Don't know why that one wasn't popping up on my initial search. How old are you? I am 21 years old. Hello, Amir. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Brother, you know I have A and 1A plus. Awesome, dude. That is awesome. I respect it. I could pass with some B's, but I could never... I was never really, I was never really good at school. I don't know. Let's see. You look like Whitney Houston in 75. She was 12. Oof. I don't know how to take that. I don't know how to take that. Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. How is it going?
Hello there.
I don't know how to say your name. I don't know how to say it. I'm gonna mess it up. Materia. Possibly. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's okay. It's okay if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome on in, Raiders. How's it going? I will get you some shoutouts here in a second. How's your stream? Do tell. Also, if you need a raid, run, go eat, sleep, drink, do any of the post-stream things, please feel free to do so. We'll be chilling. Let's see. We're just Maddie. Like, okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I will do my best to remember. Boop. Shout out. If you guys haven't already, be sure to go follow Matera. They were last playing some Minecraft. They are a member of the Twitch SMP Minecraft server that we are currently playing right now. So go check them out, give them a follow, check out their next stream, and see what they're up to. I do believe we popped over there and said hello to them a couple of times before. So, I do know the vibes are good. Eat, sleep, drink, or walk the woofer. Exactly. What do you think about my evaluation of your looks? Oh, I need to look up Whitney Houston in 1975. Alright, let's see. Whitney Houston, 1975. You know, I can see it. I see the resemblance. I see the resemblance, definitely. It might be the hair. It might be the hair. But I definitely see the resemblance, Coral. Working on a beach resort so we can have a Twitch SMP beach day. Oh, okay, nice. Well then, what have we got going on here? Hello, Alchemic Ollie? Alchemical. Lee it is. Alright. Hello, welcome on in, Lee. We are currently digging a hole because I'm a dwarf or something like that. I am working on my ocean base here, and I have been desperately trying to dig out this area as quickly as I can so that we can start building up our base. I've been working on this since February, and we're about halfway through the dig, I think, and then we're going to be putting a huge dome over top of it. It'll look like this by the time it's all said and done, but a little more clear. And then there's going to be like a set of skyscrapers in here, and it's going to be kind of a cool little city inside of there. It's going to be really exciting, and it's going to take a lot of work. Let's see. You know, I play games in secret. What games do you play? I am curious. I'm more a fan of terror games. Okay, I see. I didn't even see Ash come online. I'm so sorry. Oh no. I'm scared of scary games. I'm not looking forward to it, but I promised you all I would play some Minecraft horror mods when I hit 1,500 subscribers on YouTube, which we are currently like 90 subscribers away on that. So we're getting really close. I'm terrified. Because I'm a baby. I am such a baby. But I don't want to, like, video me being a baby. I don't want to video that. But it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Let's see. Thinks that torturing himself will get him a bigger and better base. It's true, though. If I do torture myself, it is proven fact. I will have a really cool base by the end of it. So, like, you know, we can ignore King SMP being, like, I think it was probably it was likely 1,000 blocks long and then probably 750 blocks wide. So you're looking at 1,000 times 750. We're looking at 750,000 block area for King SMP, which is a very big base. And like, admittedly, that was way too big, but it looked really cool. It looked really, really cool. And I wish I finished it. I really do wish I could finish it. Let's see. That's impressive. Do it for the vine. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it for the vine. I was talking to a kid earlier. I'm in charge of some kids occasionally, and one of them is in 5th grade. And I was talking to him, and we were talking about Vine. My brother and I were talking about Vine, and he was like, "What's that?" And we realized, like, in that moment that if he sees a Vine, he's just gonna think it's TikTok. And I don't know how to feel about that. Like, ouch, yeah. Yeah. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It hurt. It hurt a lot. I feel like I felt old. I just feel old. Talking to 5th graders shouldn't. I need to not talk to them because they talk about Fortnite and stuff, and they're talking about it, and then they call me an unk because it's like, oh yeah, I played before there was back bling in the game. So, like, I don't play anymore, but I used to. And so, I'm talking about it, and he's telling me all about, like, they have shoes in Fortnite. Like, you can change your shoes. We didn't have that in the game. What? Like, he's over there like, oh man, you are OG. Like, yeah, I've been playing Minecraft longer than you've been alive, dude. I started playing back in 2012. It's like, whoa, that's 2 years before I was born. I'm like, you silly little man. I just want to, like, Thanos dust out of here, if I'm honest. Roblox horror games genuinely scare me and I'm not proud of it. That's fair. I'm a big horror movie fanatic, though. Really? Interesting. So what horror movie would you recommend, Coral? Also, I totally get Roblox games being scary, because for me, the scariest part of a horror game is, it's when you're getting chased. And a lot of games feature that. Roblox is no different. I mean, there's plenty of chasing going on in there. I haven't played any Roblox horror games, but I have seen people play them enough to know. So it's kind of like, ugh. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Like, I don't do bad in Phasmophobia, for example. I can do fine in that. For the most part. Until it starts hunting. Once the ghost starts hunting, I'm crying in a corner, and usually there's one of my friends trying to calm me down, going, "Shut up, would you? You're gonna get us killed." I'm like, he's gonna kill me. I love Phasmophobia. I want to play it again. I really should try to get a group together for Halloween this year and try to play it with them. Didn't we do that last year? Was that the year I played? Did we play Phas on Halloween? You know, I don't recall if that was on Halloween night or not. I don't remember. It was a very spur of the moment collab, in all honesty, so it wasn't expected. It just sort of happened. Let's see. I had unlimited internet access, so I kept going on Vine when I was like 7 or 8. That's completely fair. I didn't ever watch Vine on Vine itself, but I watched a lot of YouTube. And there was a lot of Vine compilations on there. One Vine compilation I really enjoyed watching most was the Zach King stuff. I always loved his magic that he was doing. I always thought it was really interesting and cool to see. You know, he really took editing to a whole new level to make those transitions be so smooth, and that's what I really liked about it. Anyway, for me. And of course, there was a lot of memes that came from from Vine. Sorry, bless me. Man. But yeah, I did like his stuff. I gotta go take care of some stuff, but we'll lurk. Good luck with digging. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Maddie. Enjoy your lurk, and good luck with the stuff. Although, wait a second, I changed my picture for you to make you more comfortable. What did you change your picture to? I'm curious. Very nice, very nice. I don't recall what your picture was before. I actually can't see your guys' profile pictures on my chat window. I use an external plugin, so it doesn't show me your guys' profile pictures very well. So I don't get to see it very often, but I do see it when I pull it up. So it's very nice though. Gotta let it pass. It doesn't ever end, y'all. That's true. I know I'm just gonna progressively feel older and older. And that's the way it goes. His stuff was really smooth even by today's standards. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The Shining, The Conjuring, A Quiet Place, and how do you even say that? I don't know how to say that, but okay. For horror movies, I've heard of The Shining, The Conjuring, and A Quiet Place. I've definitely heard of those. I've not watched any of them. I haven't watched like any horror movies. I watched Coraline. Does that count? It's a Halloween movie. I wouldn't call it horror. I don't know. I watched... What else did I watch? Did I watch anything else? I'm sure I did. I just can't think of them now. Oh, I watched, what was it called? Mother. I think it was called Mother. That was an interesting movie. I watched that with some friends. I went out and visited them, and we ended up watching it, one night. And one of my friends fell asleep in the middle of it. And, like, I'm not gonna spoil the whole movie, but there are parts of it that are, like, extremely loud and, kind of very disturbing, really. But it's very loud, and it goes from being quiet to loud in a matter of seconds. This guy is passed out right next to us while we watch it. And I'm engrossed in this movie. Like, I have to know how it ends. And he's just, poor guy was so tired. Yeah, that was fun. And then I guess, like, this isn't really, I don't know, it's a comedy. I wouldn't even be able to classify it as a Halloween movie, but This Is the End. That one's an interesting movie. There's, like, some unsettling imagery in that. It's about the apocalypse, so I guess, like, that doesn't really count. I would say it shouldn't count, but, like, there's, like, maybe 1 or 2 jump scares. Outside of that, it's all funny stuff. I can't recommend it, just for the vast majority of you viewers out there, because it is, very inappropriate, but it doesn't stop me from laughing at it, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Coraline kind of counts. That's fair. I would say it definitely could count. Yeah. I'm gonna take these. Hello, Lab. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. That one has a lot of creepiness to it. I've watched part of it. I watched, like, the end of it. That was a interesting movie. It was, admittedly, because I didn't watch it all, I don't know if I can really claim that I can have a valid opinion about it. I just kind of felt like it was mid at best. But again, I only caught like the end of it, so it wasn't great. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, my is it my brother-in-law maybe that asked me if I wanted to go watch Pet Cemetery with him. I didn't, because my mom wasn't gonna let me, but but that would have been interesting to see how that would have gone. Pet Cemetery, the book, is really good. I haven't read in so long. I know I'm like an awful human being for not reading. I really should read, but like dyslexia or something like that. That's an excuse, but it's my valid excuse, okay? I've also read my fair share of horror books, very slowly, mind you. Fair enough. Okay, maybe you could answer this for me then. So, I understand, like, to a certain degree, the concept of a horror book. But it's got to be different than a horror movie and a horror game, you know? And that's what's tripping me up. I don't understand how it works. Because, like, I don't know. So, books can be scarier sometimes because it's on your head. I mean, like, I kind of understand that to some extent. I don't know. It's just hard for me to do it. Because this is going to sound really bad, but it's just true. I have had hallucinations before. So, like, it's not uncommon for me to see things in my head, and, like, I don't know, unless the characters are just built up so well in the book that, like, I don't want them to die, and it's a horror book, I don't think it's gonna, like, scare me very much. I don't know. And maybe I have the wrong concept of horror in terms of books. It may just be about unsettlement to some degree as well. I don't know. I've never been much of a reader anyway. So that is a thing. Oh my gosh. What the heck? My guy. Classy Maniac. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. How are you doing, dude? It's good to see you. How are you doing? Also, if you guys were gifted a sub, Earth Hydra, Jamaro, Snuggles and Craft, Ali is alive, and Totem Pole Man, please be sure to thank Classy Maniac for the gifted sub. Appreciate you so much, dude. Thank you. I love psychological horror. I hate all sorts of horror. I'm a baby, but I love some horror games. I'm not allowed to play some of them because it will kill me. To some degree. The jury's out on that one. But my heart rate was sitting at 180 to 200 during the Outlast trials when I was playing with my friends once. So I had to get a refund for it because I just couldn't. I could not play. It was it was bad. Now Lethal Company and Faz, I do like those a little better, and I'm not as bad with them, but I do not like being chased. That's what I've learned. And there's a psychological element to that, because of the way those games are played. you know, they do a lot of psychological tricks to make you think it's closer than it actually is, based off of footsteps, the way it changes your camera FOV, and the way the music sounds. It's all different, and so that psychological element kills me, dude. It's awful. WGIF, in my opinion, psychological horror does better in books. Okay, I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. Kind of different than that, though. Like, when a movie ends, you don't carry the movie far beyond that, but a book makes you think about it for a very long time. I see. I guess that makes sense. Because, like, you're essentially living in the main character's head, whatever perspective the book is written through, which is usually through the main character's perspective. So you live in their head, you realize you're reading what their thoughts are, and it becomes a part of you to some degree. Not necessarily in a crazy sort of way, but more so just like a... I guess like a... I don't know how to explain that, but yes. That I kind of understand what you mean, I think. I read Carrie and it was really good, but you gotta get into the character's brains, because otherwise it's not that scary. I see, okay. There have been very few movies or shows that have stuck with me for a long time. So I definitely get what you mean by that as well, Lee. I'm trying to think... some movies that left me speechless and stuck with me for a while. There was one, it was a really kind of weird movie. Overall, I would not recommend it to most people. But it did leave me, like, very upset for a few days. What was it called? It was... What's it called? It was, I gotta Google it. Hang on. I don't want to spoil it if anybody's wanting to watch it. I'm trying to find... Okay, it's called Remember Me. Which... The ending threw me off so badly because I thought it was really... I thought it was like, okay, you know, it's a general run-of-the-mill Hype Train Level 2 ended. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Jamara, thank you for submitting your taxes. Appreciate you, dude. The movie... It doesn't prepare you for the ending, and that's kind of the beautiful thing about it. At first, I hated it for that, but then I felt like it was the perfect ending to the movie, and it left me messed up for a little bit. Now, like, the whole rest of the movie, you're kind of like... You're kind of sitting there a little bored, because it is a romance movie. And, like, I am such a white girl, guys, okay? I will watch the most cheesiest movies of all time. So, like, I'm sitting here watching it, and it's, like, a little more deep than just a standard, you know, romance movie. But it was nice. And then the ending hit, and I was like, wait, what? Hold on. And, like, I don't want to spoil it. I don't think any of you necessarily should go watch it, but I don't want to spoil it if any of you do want to go watch it. I also, another good movie, this one doesn't have like it didn't necessarily make me rethink things, but it did make me a little sad and depressed at times, is a movie called Dear John. Solid movie. Solid movie. I do like some movies. There's very few that have made me contemplate things very long, though. So, yeah. Anyway, I read Carrie and it was really good, but you gotta get character brain. ITV is a good show. I'm not familiar with that one. Not exactly 60 Forever though, that's fair. I like Channel Zero TV series. Channel Zero. I don't know that one either. Heartstopper is so good. I've heard of that one for romance. I need to pick up like a whole bunch of suggestions from you guys at some point. Because there are so many things I would love to watch. And, you know, I recently, I just watched The Amazing Digital Circus. I'll be so real, guys. I hated the plot. Like, I thought, or the pilot, sorry. I thought that it was, like, eh. It felt like it was just a kid's animation that wanted to be adult to me. I'll be honest. But then I watched episode 1, and I was like, you know, this is solid enough. I kind of like it. Watch the next episode. Okay, this is still pretty good. Let's watch the next one. And before I knew it, I ran out of episodes, and I was like, oh snap, okay. I kind of liked this. So I may end up watching a lot more of The Amazing Digital Circus when more episodes release. Solid series. It's free on YouTube, so you guys can watch it anytime. You don't even have to go watch it on Netflix. Have you watched Ender's Game? I don't think so. I've heard of it before. I think somebody on Twitter mentioned it once, but I've never watched it. Dear John. Dear John's great. Ender's Game is fun. I'll have to check it out then. You seen The Truman Show? No, but I've heard so many people say it's good. I do need to watch that at some point. It's also a good read if you want to try to read. I'm not against reading. It takes a lot to sell me on it just because I don't know. I struggle with it. I like to just turn off my brain when I'm entertaining myself. And reading, I zone out. And I think while I'm reading. And so then I end up not reading or remembering what I've read. So then I have to go back and read more. Where if I'm watching something, I can at least focus usually on that. And I can remember it. Recently, I've been trying to catch up on all the Marvel stuff. So I've been watching some of that. I've gotten 30 minutes into Captain America Brave New World. I did that yesterday, and then I started to get back to getting some work done, so I stopped watching it, but I'm gonna watch more tomorrow probably, and then maybe some more the next day, just 30 minutes at a time, which is like arguably probably the worst way to watch a movie, but I don't know how to sit down and relax. I'm really bad about it. I am really bad about that, and I recognize it as a fault. It's not a good thing. But you know, that's fine. That's fine. But where's the gravel? Okay, cobblestone. Boop. Okay, I have too much cobble deep slate, so we'll just leave that alone now. Okay. Boop. And boop. Okay. Ender's Game is fun. Oh no. Hello, halal. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I need more chests. Okay. There we go. Right there. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need more cobbled deep slate, but it never hurts to have more, you know? Worst comes to worst, I'll just burn it. Although I'm sure I could probably get somebody to pay me for some of this, I would assume. Not that I'm all about making money, because I mean, I've got a couple stacks of diamonds in here that I could get anytime I need. That's nice, you know? Do I have any raw beef in here? I'm gonna go ahead and cook this. Like so. Okay. I've also got plenty of chicken as well. But... Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was really confused why... what was going on there? Okay. I finished drinking this coffee, otherwise I'm gonna have like so much caffeine in my system before I'm ready for bed. Okay. Good. Good there. I'll just let them bounce for a little bit. Okay. That's put away. Oh wait, I need to press the button. Press the button. Press the button. Boop. Okay. Put the leather away. Some might say this is animal cruelty, but I call it efficiency. It's not illegal. It's only illegal if you get caught, right, guys? Or something like that, possibly. And then... put the gunpowder in there as well. It ain't a war crime till the first time. One of my favorite things about war crimes is, like, you know, everybody wants to talk about the US's atrocities. Here we go again. You guys are getting this again. But the Canadians were worse, okay? I'm not even kidding you. The Canadians were terrible people in war. Like, you did not want to be going up against them. The psychological warfare that those people pulled on you. One story in specific that I recall is the Canadians. They cut off the supply line, okay? So, essentially what had happened was there was no way for these soldiers to get food. And so the Canadians had this reputation of being nice. So they started throwing cans of food over the hill into these guys' bunkers, into the trenches so that they could eat. That was all well and good until they stopped throwing food and they started throwing hand grenades and killing people with this. You know, they intentionally did that, by the way. That wasn't just them, like, accidentally doing it or deciding, like, okay, we need to kill them now. Like, it was purposefully, we're gonna win over their trust, and then we're gonna blow them to bits. Which, like, you know, to be fair, you gotta find a way to outsmart them. Trench warfare is tough. I get it. Especially if you're going up against Americans. Americans had the issue of, we had shotguns and they weren't banned. And, this might be terrible that I know this stuff. I don't know. I love history. Purely for the sake that we don't repeat our mistakes. That all said, Americans with their shotguns in the trenches. Oh, man. I will say that is probably the most effective way to clear a trench. Does that mean it's... Like, war is not a good thing. We've been over this before today. It is not a good thing. Just to be clear. But if you want to talk about efficiency, there is something to be said about that. They make maple syrup. Maple syrup is great. We do like that. Oop. And we do have a resident Canadian in chat, so like, you know, I feel like it's perfectly okay for us to talk about the Canadian atrocities. If I remember correctly, the Canadians are responsible for many of the Geneva Convention rules, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, let that just sink in for a little bit. It's interesting. Like, I'm not holding it against them after, what is it, like 80 years? You know, it's been a long time. At a certain point, you gotta say, you know, they've lived and they've learned. And I think that's, at some point in time, it's probably about 80 years where we can probably say that. All's fair in love and war. I guess. I mean, fair enough. Did you know that orbital bombardment is technically not a war crime? Yes! This is one of my favorite things about the US, okay? We have this project called Rods from God, okay? And it never got built because it was very expensive. But essentially what it was going to be was this satellite that was launched up into space, and it would drop these, I think it was tungsten rods the size of telephone poles, and it would just drop them into the atmosphere on the target. And it would obliterate everything without leaving any... It was very effective in the fact that it would leave a huge crater in the ground, and anyone within a certain radius of it would have probably shattered bones, and there was very little chance for them to shoot it out of the sky, because by the time it was visible to them, it was, I mean, it was too late. It was moving at the speed of sound. Tungsten is a very heavy metal. It's one of the heaviest, most densest, is that a word, in the world? At least in a huge quantity, that is. So, it was a very interesting idea. We never did it because, obviously, very expensive, and the ethics of it is questionable at best. The nice thing about it was you could reuse the ammunition. Very unbreakable. Yeah, I mean, I think it was gonna break and shatter, but the thing was you could go pick it back up. You could pick back up that rod, and you could melt it back into one solid piece, and then put it back into space. That was the thing. It's a renewable ammo, which is not something most people can say about their toys. The thing about that is, like, there's a lot of distrust between different government agencies and such. So, you know, if we had that looming above Russia, for example, it would cause tensions to be very, very, very high. And on top of that, it would also, well, it would make any alliance a little shaky, because you realize you could decapitate an entire government in a matter of seconds just by dropping one of those. It's OP. It's too OP. That's why shotguns were pretty well outlawed in terms of war. It's just not fair. Which, like, when you're talking about war, it's kind of like, it's hard to say some things aren't fair, but, like, I also get it. To some degree, it needs to be civilly uncivil, I guess. Mega hole. Mega pain in my butt. I am digging a hole. I think I'm almost done with my 330,000 block build before you can dig that hole, buddy. Lock in, twin. I've been working on this since February. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Okay. I'm locking in, peeps. I'm locking in. Bombs away, boys. Bombs away. Not hard enough. I want to say harder than your mom, but I feel like you need help, buddy.
Hello there.
Probably more than I'd like to admit. You're harder than your mom. You get a follow. Heck yeah, let's go, Lee. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. I appreciate it. I love holes. Holes love me. I love holes and holes love me. That's all I know. And that's okay. Like, drop all of this here. Yep. It's 129 by 129. Like, it's a big hole, okay? Like, I know okay, let's just math it, okay? 129 times 129 times what's the depth? I guess like 64 plus a little bit more, but just because I'm not doing an exact area, because I don't remember how to find an area of a cylinder. You gotta find like the circumference, and like that's a whole other issue. So we'll just run that number. It's 1,065,000 blocks. Like that's a lot of blocks. This is a lot. It's stupid. Oh, the vein smells. That's crazy. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Okay. Locked in. I'm locking in. Okay. Okay. Anyone have anything they want to talk about? I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Luckily, like, this is almost done, okay? Like, we're almost done with this layer. We finished that layer. This has... How deep is this? Okay. We got 2 more layers of this, I think. And then it's deep enough. Ooh, hello. So, like... This layer's almost done. And then, like, over here, we got this layer over here. I'm gonna cry. This side over here is... It's gonna be easy sauce, okay? It's gonna be easy sauce. It's just stone. It's insta-mine. Like, I can move my beacons. And, oh, I need to refuel all my furnaces. Hang on. Yeah, those are out. Yeah, they're almost done. Each one needs, like, a little more than one. So I'm just gonna put one in each, and then... why am I doing it this way? I can do it from the front. Then what I can do... is I'll come back up and I'll do the last of it very, very soon. But I'll merge some of the things together, some of the stacks together, so that it smelts efficiently. Because like I said, we've got a little more here, so it's like we got 4 extra. Well, we'll have 24 extra in each of these. So 24 times 13. 24 times 13 is 312. Divide that by 64. That's 5 stacks. So I've got 4 buckets of lava. I can do that. That's fine. Technically, it's only gonna need to be 4 buckets because yeah, math. I love math. Math loves me. Yeah. Am I gonna survive this? Okay. I realized I didn't really want to press spacebar again. That's one way to say that you... Man. That's a bad joke. There's a bad joke there waiting to happen. Like, you know, you jump out of an airplane and you're like, man, I really just didn't feel like pulling the ripcord. I just didn't really want to do that. That's the equivalent of what just happened there. Okay, we're talking about times now, and I feel like, there's other bad jokes there. Why am I so inappropriate today? I need to do better. 2.28. What static line jumping is for? I guess so. That is a good point. I'm just gonna like quickly rip this up. Get that all out of the way. That way I don't have to move back to my shovel because I'm lazy. I'm just lazy. I said it, I meant it. Here's a little fun thing. We have an air fryer in my house. Today I wanted to eat something for lunch. Didn't know what I was gonna eat. Opened up the fridge. There's nothing in the fridge. I look in the freezer. There's some Hot Pockets. I'm like, okay, I'll eat a Hot Pocket. Now, the best way to eat a Hot Pocket is from the air fryer because it gets a little crispy and it's a little better. But I was just too lazy to use the air fryer, so I stuck it in the microwave like a normie. Stuck it in the microwave like a normie for 2 minutes, and yeah, it turned out fine. It still ended up crispy. I don't know how they do it because they don't have like the crispy pocket thing anymore that the Hot Pocket used to go into. But it still crisps like a little, so I don't know what sort of magic they do to those things. I probably don't want to know because it's probably not good for me to consume. But it doesn't stop it from tasting pretty okay. Probably could, well, probably. You're probably not wrong. Gets really dark really fast. Do I have a torch? I do. There we go. I don't need rockets in my offhand for the most part, so I can see now. I don't have to go to sleep. This is good stuff. So, what's up, Lab Master? What's up? Lab Master, you were one of the people that was asking me about, Omnia, right? My video game that I've been working on. I think. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Nope, nope, nope. Leave me alone. Okay. Yes? Okay, I gotcha. So, I've been working on it a little bit in the background. I'm almost done with the branding side of things, which is what's been holding me back. And, once that's all said and done, I will be opening up the Discord for it so that you guys can put suggestions in more efficiently and, so I can give credit where credit is due on some of that stuff. So I will say, don't necessarily hold your breath for it to happen soon, but I'm hoping by the end of the month I'll have that launched. So that's exciting. It's really fun. It also means I can start working on the game more as well, because once that branding is done, I can do all the devlog stuff. I'm going with I'm trying to market the game as much as I can before we reach the sales point. I want it to be a game that people are hyped up for before it reaches the market. And so part of that is I've been trying to figure out how I can market it myself. So I'm going to be making videos about it as I'm developing and making it a big deal as I go. And I want all the branding to match by the time it gets launched. You know, I want every video to be very clearly, like, when you see it, you know it's Omnia. When you see any of its branding anywhere, it's kind of like instant recognition. That's what I'm really hoping for, which I know is like a little ambitious because it is an indie game, but it's exciting. It's very exciting. Hello, News. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. So you intend to make it like Silksong? A little bit, yeah, I guess. Silksong had that recognizability just because Hollow Knight was so big and they announced it so early. But yes, pretty much. My hope is that it's somewhat recognizable so that people will want to pick it up on day one. I hope it does better than Hollow Knight on day one, because I felt like a lot of people were disappointed in Silksong compared to normie Hollow Knight. Now maybe that's a misread on the situation and it's just the people that I've talked to, but the vast majority of people I've talked to said it wasn't. The boss fights weren't as fun, at least. So my hope is that, you know, the hype doesn't kill the game. We'll see. we will see. Hype is one of those tools. It's either really, really powerful because you hype it up not enough, or it's dangerous because it chokes it out because you overdid it and people took the idea and ran with it, and it ultimately ended up shooting you in the foot. I'm off for the night. Good luck with your hole, King. Appreciate it very much, Lee. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. And we will catch you another time. Hopefully the hole will be a lot more pretty by the time we're wrapped up here tonight. So we'll see. But go get some sleep. What I meant is a high quality indie game. Yes. Oh, absolutely. My game, I'm shooting for essentially. I don't like talking about it like this because it makes it feel like I'm puffed up and inflating my own ego a little bit. But I do genuinely mean this to some degree. I'm trying to build the largest indie game of all time. And that includes Minecraft. Like, you know, Minecraft is a very large game. It's no longer indie in the classical sense because it is owned by a AAA studio. But at the same time, you know, it did start as a indie game. So my hope is that the game starts as an indie game, stays as an indie game. I don't want anybody getting their corporate grimy hands on it and ruining it with jacking up the prices, making DLCs and cosmetics and what have you. There's one Omnia. There's not going to be an Omnia 2 unless, like, for some reason I just need to rebuild Omnia into Omnia 2 because of the game engine thing or something like that. You know, I'm all about making one good. I'm all about making one good game and calling it a day. Although that one good game is going to be my forever game. Like, I'm not gonna quit developing it. Let's see. Aim for the stars, you may reach the moon. Exactly, Nathan. You get it. But I don't have a PC. But if you could get it to the point where it reaches Nintendo shops. Oh, yeah. My plan is to try to have it everywhere. My only concern right now is a lot of consoles and even mobile devices aren't going to be able to run it. So I'm trying to debate on how I can get around for that. It's hard. On one hand, I want... On one hand, I don't want to disclude anybody from this dream game of mine. But on the other hand, I don't want to hold back because of those things. So I'm trying to figure out a good way to optimize it so that it could... so that it may work, you know? I don't know. I know for mobile, what I'm thinking of doing is basically making a mobile client that connects to your PC. So you could run a server off of your PC and connect with your phone. So it offloads all the calculating and the thinking there, and then you're just running your graphics off of here, essentially. Which would be fine. Graphics can run fine. It's the processing of the intense game system, like the actual game manager itself, where it's running all the NPCs, all the economy, all the random RNG stuff. It's running like thousands of dice rolls every single second. So I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna go. It's tough. It's tough. Theoretically, though, if you can run most of it in the back end, you can play it off of a phone as long as it knows to hook up to a server. like your PC, or like if your console could run it like that, or if you host it from a PC, you could technically play it on your phone. I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to optimize things like that. These are both empty. Okay. Aim for the stars, you might not take off. Switch 2 would. That's definitely more likely than the plain Switch, that's for sure. The Switch 2 has a lot of hardware capabilities. I have no doubt that it could run the graphical side of things, because the Switch 2 is supposedly getting a Starfield release, if I'm not mistaken. Which I'm expecting my performance to be able to run comparable to that, at minimum. But by the time we release this game, the Switch 3 might be out. I don't know. The big thing is I don't know if it can run the back end on a lot of this stuff, because the NPCs are so advanced that you really do need a GPU to kind of allocate some of the resources to it. And so I'm not sure how that's going to go just yet. There's a lot of beefy stuff there to consider. I don't know. My first task is just to get a PC version of the game working. Then after that, I'm intending to do a VR release so that it can be played PC VR. And then from there, we'll be looking at whatever the most powerful console is, doing that port. And then after that, you know, looking at the next console, the next one, until I have all the major consoles. And if I can get all of them to work, then it's about finding the challenge of how can we make a mobile version of this work. And I don't know what that would look like yet. It may be one of those things I need to start investing into the mobile gaming market to actually make a proper gaming phone that doesn't cost a ton of money, but still runs well. But I don't know if the mobile gaming market is really big enough, unless you could get people to develop games that could run on it. Like, you could get a Steam web store sort of deal. Essentially, if you could do a Steam Deck that also functions as a phone, you may be able to get some sales that way, as long as it runs on Steam OS, you know? I don't know. You could make it several games, like a bundle, so data transfers, and you can get dragons for games. I see. Yeah, you could theoretically do that, sort of. I mean, the game almost does that itself. So it loads and unloads levels. And so it doesn't have to calculate everything all at once, necessarily. You could have it only calculate whatever's loaded in, and then when you try to load in a new area, it does all the dice rolls for you. As that information becomes relevant. So if you ask an NPC, where were you yesterday? Then it dice rolls and it figures out, okay, yesterday I was doing this, or because my schedule says I do this, I had to have been here. It doesn't matter if when you would have observed it, if it had been doing something different, because you weren't there to prove that it did something else. But as long as it maintains that memory of what it did, then it will always be accurate. I don't know, it's interesting. It's tough. Console development is going to be very, very, very different. So I don't know how to approach it yet, but it is something I would like to do, because I want everybody to be able to play this game. Hello, Patera, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. High-end consoles would run it. I definitely think... I think I could probably get a version of it running on PS5. I don't know how good it would be. I think PS6 and the next generation of Xbox, whatever those look like, they will definitely be able to run it, and they'll be able to run it at least at a comparable rate to what low-end PCs will be. Graphics-wise, it would run fine. It's just that back end is heavy. So that's what I'm really worried about. I don't know, we'll see. It's all theoretical. Like, I don't even know if my PC is going to be able to run it, to be honest. Like, obviously it needs to be able to run it because I'm developing it. But, you know, I've always joked, and I've been half serious about it. I may have to buy another computer in order to keep developing the game because it is such a beefy task. I mean, you're talking about running a potential... I mean, gameplay testing wise, I'm going to be trying to run hundreds of AI all at the same time. And I just gotta hope I made it lightweight enough. That's kind of the benefit of making your own AI and sourcing your own info like that, is you can throw out a lot of the trash in it, and you can keep all the important parts. And then you just gotta hope, and then you gotta fine-tune it a little bit so that you can find what the absolute most should be and what the absolute least should be. So, you know, if you're trying to talk to a group of 7, you know, they gotta be within a certain range. So if you're trying to talk to people, you want to make sure that it only loads them in within a certain range, because you don't need to talk to somebody across the city unless you call them in the game, which we're gonna have to figure out some plot armor about that. Part of me kind of likes the idea of you being able to call people from other planets. But I've realized something about this, because the game is supposed to be a realistic interpretation of sci-fi to some degree. They're trying to talk to a person on another planet actually takes quite a lot of time. And that's because you have to talk through whatever means you use to send that signal. So let's say for somehow you were sending a laser, okay? And that laser was what was sending this information. It can only move at the speed of light. Your message could only move at the speed of light. So if that planet is 1 light year away, it is going to take 1 year for that information to reach somebody. So it makes more sense to travel at the speed of light in your spaceship, or travel faster than light, rather. I don't think we're going to have anything that's going to be a light year away, necessarily. If we do, then you're going to have cryo chambers so that you can sleep through that time so you don't get older and the people on your ship don't get older. But the galaxy around you will change because you're in the cryo sleep. So, you know, it is one of those interesting things about it. I don't know. I haven't figured that all out yet. There's a lot of science to it that I need to understand. Because, like I said, this game's gonna make me a genius to some degree, because I understand space to a certain degree, but I don't understand space to the fullest extent. You know, I want it to be a quote-unquote realistic picture into what the future could look like if we were an intergalactic species. So, you know, it's one of those things. I don't want to do something that's not... I don't want to do something that's so out there that it's kind of like nobody would... That could never be... It could never be that way. I want it to be kind of like, huh, I never thought about it that way. Maybe that's a possibility. Let's see. I played Skyrim on it. That's where you could make changes once you have profit from the base release. Yeah, I mean, my hope is I'll have a couple of updates ready to go for 1.0's release, and then we'll do like an update every 6 months, hopefully, is my desire on that. We'll see if that happens or not, but it's just about filling out the galaxy so that there's more to do, rather than just adding whole new systems and such. All that said, I want to also, as those updates come out, I want to also be working on the console ports, which won't take time, really. You just have to flip a couple of buttons over, get permission from the companies that host these stores, like Nintendo, like Xbox, like PlayStation. You gotta talk to them, figure out what the deal is there, go through the rating system. I think Nintendo requires you to go through the ESRB, so you gotta get a rating to get on most consoles, and then you can digitally distribute it. Physical distribution is a little more wacky. I would like to do a limited run of those or something like that, maybe, where I do a physical distribution of Omnia, where you can buy it. I'll send you a case, a disc that has a license on it, and that would trigger a download to your PC or your device, and maybe there's like a handwritten note in there, signed, maybe a piece of lore with it. I don't know. I'd love to do that. I don't think I ever foresee myself making a full physical distribution deal, because there's a lot of moving parts to those sorts of deals, but anything's possible. Can't do that to the Switch too, because it would be modding it. Well, like, it wouldn't, like, so the way, oh yeah, a cartridge, yeah. So in the case of Nintendo, yes, it would be a cartridge. I've never used a Switch, to be honest, so I forgot that they had cartridges. You know, that would be something we could definitely do, though. But yes, it would send a, we would send a cartridge for that one instead. It would probably end up being more of a collector's item, though, more than anything else, because unless you're on console, most people don't need a disc. Even on console, you don't really need a disc. So it's kind of more so just about having the ability there for people who want it, and so that you can display it proudly in your home if you wanted. I'm back. Welcome back, viewers. It went good. Glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. So, do tell. Any details you're willing to spare. I would love to hear how this went for you. I'm proud of you also, by the way. I know that's a scary thing to do, but you did it, and it sounds like it paid off, which is good. Well, kind of good. Well, I'll take that over completely bad. That's good. Okay, we're out of space again. What I'm gonna do is go 1, 2, 3, 4. Well. Beepers? Beeping. Ba-ba-bum. I don't know what to say to that. I guess welcome. Oh, okay. I need to read chat. I'm sorry. I need to see that. It went good. Well, kind of good. She walked away in the first 10 seconds. Well, actually 7 seconds. So it was okay. Well, that's not terrible. That could have gone worse. That could have gone worse. Okay. So did she answer you, or did she just walk away? I'm curious. Want to hear about it? Better than went terrible, now everyone bullies me. Exactly. It could have gone way worse. I had a 15-year-old ask for my number in a Starbucks yesterday, and I didn't know him at all. And I was like, no, sorry. He looked at least 15. Yeah. You're old. You're old now. You gotta be careful about that. I don't know what it is with 15-year-olds. They're bold. They're bold these days. When I was 15, you know, we had a healthy fear of, like, we were like, this is a no-go situation. We're not gonna talk to each other, and we'll be happy. Nowadays, 15-year-olds are like, they're not scared. They'll just tell you stuff. I should word that better. He at least looked 15. Okay, gotcha. In the middle. Okay. Definitely could have gone worse. Definitely could have gone worse. What I'm hearing is it wasn't a no. It wasn't necessarily a yes either, which is a little less than ideal, but it wasn't a no. And as long as you said it clearly, you know, you've done your due diligence at the end of the day, I'm proud of you, dude. You did something that takes guts. Do you think it'll be better next time? Probably. I imagine more than likely, you know, no matter what, it's tough. You can't control what other people say or do or think, which makes that scary. Especially when you're doing something that feels so scary to do. But at the end of the day, if you do something that's... If you're speaking what your heart feels, there's not a more beautiful thing than that. And as long as you're not being a creep about it, which I don't think you are, it doesn't sound like you were, then I think any girl will be flattered to hear you say those things, really. Just about. And if they make fun of you for it, then you didn't want them anyway. Most people are actually really nice, and they're not gonna make fun of you for feeling things, because it's a testament to both your character and to hers that she's somebody worth liking, and also that you're willing to put yourself on the line to tell her how much you feel for her. That's a... You know, I don't think we ever really put emphasis on it. There's there's a lot that goes into that, and you know, I think there's a good chance that it goes better next time. But I can't say for certain. I've never met her. I've not met you. I just know what I know from what you've told me. But I imagine it goes better next time. I was a little shy. That's fair. Completely and totally fair. Hello, Ghostface. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Ouch. I am digging for my mega build. So, we're currently finishing up this layer right here. As you can see, we finished that one there. We've got about half the dig done. Means we got half the dig to go. But it's coming along pretty good. We're doing okay. Decent. Hot. It is hot. What are you gonna build? I'm building a city in here. So it's gonna be multi-tiered, and then we're also going to have a dome over top of it like this, and then the water will flood in around it, and it'll kind of look really cool. At least I'm hoping it'll look cool. That's kind of what I'm gonna build in it, and I think it's gonna be pretty cool anyway. I once got asked out by someone who looked 15 to 16, and I was like 12, and I was like, do you know how old I am? Because I don't think you do. That's bad. Eesh, that is bad. I'm trying to remember. I was 15, and she was, maybe she was just 18. Maybe she just turned 18. I don't know. I had an 18-year-old ask me out when I was 15. I'm like pretty darn sure. Well, she didn't ask me out. This is gonna sound really bad. She didn't ask me out, but she definitely liked me, and I was waiting for her to tell me. I was giving her space and her own privacy about that because I didn't want it to be awkward for us. I wasn't going to confront her about it. I was going to let her say what she needed to say, if she ever did want to. And eventually it just kind of came out. Like, she clearly wanted to say something to me. And I sat there, I was standing there, and I was just looking at her dead in the eye. And I was waiting, and I was waiting, and I was waiting. And she wouldn't say it, so finally I was like, okay, listen, I know what's up. I'm like, this, this isn't to embarrass you, but you're not exactly subtle. And I was like, you don't need to be scared. I'm not gonna judge you for it, but like, I am gonna tell you now that it's a no from me. And that was pretty much the end of that. Like, she kind of later asked how I knew, and I was like, wow. You're about as subtle as, like, a freight train. But, you know, that was a time in my life. That was a time in my life. Let's see, that's illegal? Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I knew her before she was 18. I knew her for a couple of years, so that happened. I mean, I knew she liked me before she turned 18. It was just by the time she finally was willing to say anything or started to try to say anything, she was 18, so you know, imagine that, 17 to 14. That sounds a little awkward. Just a little bit. Like, it's only 3 years. Like, if you look at that in a different perspective, like, I don't know, 23 to 20, it's not terrible. It's actually not bad at all. But as you start getting lower in the years, it starts to kind of get a little weird. It's like 21 to 18. Don't know how I feel about that. And it's all because of the amount of years you have behind you as well, you know? It's about the percentage of life you lived compared to the percentage of life they've lived, I think. That's kind of how I look at it anyway. I don't know. I guess what I'm playing right now? You are probably playing Hollow Knight Silk Song, but I don't know that to be a fact. That's just a guess, because you mentioned it earlier. Dang. What do you think she'll say next time? The girl that you're talking to? I don't know, is the truth. I wish I could tell you. One thing I love to tell people is I am not a mind reader. People ask me about women a lot. They ask me, you know, what insert person here is up to. I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. You know, ultimately, I think she'll be respectful about it. If she pretends it didn't happen, I would say don't push your luck. You know, a lot of people, when they're put in that position, they don't know what to say. You've said your piece. And, you know, that's good. And I'm proud of you for that. I can't promise a result. You know, there's any number of scenarios that she could say something or nothing at all. At the end of the day, let her actions speak for herself. So if she doesn't say anything about it, it's either a no or a not right now, or she's scared and doesn't know what she feels yet. And that's okay. Feelings are scary. You know, you've had some time to think about it yourself. She has had 0 time to think about it at this point. Which isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that she's had 0 time to think about it. It's just, you know, you got to give her some time as well, because you've had a little bit of a head start. So, whatever happens, though, again, I just want to say it again. I'm proud of you, dude. You did something really scary, and that's hard. That is really hard. Let's see. Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Rice Krispies are peak. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is nice. Yeah. Shredded wheat cereal. Shredded wheat, like frosted mini wheats are really good. Now just plain shredded wheat, that's awful. My mother bought it. It tastes like cardboard. That sounds about right. The higher it gets, the less weird it is. That's true. My uncle's dating someone 12 years younger. Interesting. I do think after a certain point, it's not weird. The 12 years younger. What is like the what is the formula that that game theory said? It's like you take your age, you divide it by 2, and then you add 7, and that's like the minimum age that you're supposed to date. That's like socially acceptable or something like that, if I recall correctly. So I don't know what that would look like for him, but that's kind of what I recall being the case for the most people. Now, when you're younger, that doesn't work, okay? Because, like, for me right now, I am 21, so that would be 17 and a half years old. Guess if you round up, it would be 18. I would say that might be okay. Did I do my math right? The 21 would be, divide that by 2, that would be 10 and a half, right? Correct? divided by 2 plus 7. Yeah, 17 and a half. So you'd round up to 18. That wouldn't be bad, because that's a 3-year gap. However, I think mine is 17. So you're 18 now. You divide it by 2. You would be 9 plus 7 would be 16. I think. Nope, 17. Okay. I don't know. Math is hard. Math is hard. 16. Okay. Hello, ENJ. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. 16 is a rocky spot for that. The math isn't cooking. It's fine. It's fine, Coral. Like, I would not recommend it for you. That age, that's not socially acceptable for me. Yeah. I would say if you were 17 and they were 15 and you were in a relationship previously, sure. However, I would not enter a relationship with you starting at 18 and then being 16. That would feel icky. I don't know. That's just me. I'm not here to judge you guys, but I will tell you if you're being illegal. So, like, don't be illegal. I don't know what the laws are in Canada, though. For some reason, I want to say 16 is, like, the spot, but I could be incorrect there. Uh-oh, I don't have my monitor. Okay, there we go. I would not date a 16-year-old. I'm glad to hear it. I think 16. Gotcha. For my folks, it was a 22-year gap. Wow. That is impressive. Should I subscribe? I don't make that choice for you guys. I let you guys decide if you want to. So if you want to subscribe, it does help the channel a lot, but don't ever feel like you have to. Thought is appreciated. In my opinion, 17 and 18 are fine if you were both in a relationship when both are 17/both are minors. Yeah. I would even say 17 and 18 are fine if you turn 18 and as long as you were previously friends by then, like good friends, not just like we kind of knew each other before then. It has a lot to do with mental maturity is the big thing as well. You know, it's a slippery slope. That's the problem. If you're close though beforehand, I don't know. I can see it going either way. Me personally, I don't have to worry about that now because I am at the point where I would only date somebody over the age of 18 regardless. When I was 18, I basically said I don't want to date anyway. I was still waiting for the right person to show up. I don't even know if I would date an 18-year-old at this point, to be honest. As somebody who is 21, I have learned, even though I thought at 18 I knew everything, I did not. And now that I'm at that point, I'm kind of like, it's all about the mental maturity to them. Physically speaking, they do need to be over 18, yes. Mentally speaking, I'm looking for somebody a little on par with me. And there's quite a lot of people out there. I would say 19 is more along the lines of where I'd feel most comfortable with that. 18 is like, ooh, I don't know, that's a scary number. Because, like, I guess, like, think about it, okay? There are some 18-year-olds who are still in high school. I don't like that. Your boy King is not gonna be caught dead dating a high schooler, okay, guys? That's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. See you later, doers. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you. Why is the age of consent here 16? Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to say the least. Yep. I'm playing Lego Lord of the Ring. Wow, I can't read. Lego Lord of the Rings on the Wii U. Nice, that is awesome, dude. That is awesome. What shaders do you use? If you do exclamation mark shaders, I have a video explaining all of it, but I use complementary reimagined, and then I bump up the saturation a little bit so it's a little more pretty. But in short, complementary reimagined. I sub, thank you very much. Appreciate you, E and J. Thank you. You would never stoop so low as to date a high schooler. I could never, dude. It would be so bad. I'm not that kind of Minecraft YouTuber, guys. I know I'm at 1.5k. Like, I'm at my peak, but I really, really don't want to be losing at this stage in the game. You know, we've got some time left on me before I have to do something wild to stay in the new stream, right? Right? I would only date someone 2 years younger or older. I've determined I would date probably like 3, maybe 4 at most years older, and probably only 2 years younger. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I've realized, in terms of mental maturity, I am ahead of the game a little bit. Which isn't like me just being egotistical or anything like that. I promise. It's a genuine thing. I've just always been very calm and collected, and I've been able to regulate my emotions very well. I'm a pretty responsible person, all things considered, and I'm in it for the long haul, where I find a lot of people my age aren't. Which is, you know, that's fine. I don't expect everybody to grow up within an instant, you know? Everybody has their own pace and their own speed. So I'm willing to go a lot higher than me just because I know that opens up a lot of doors. And if I really do love them, their age, even though it's a little awkward at first, it's not that bad. Thanks, man. No problem, dude. No problem. Okay, there we go. Up. Near. Oh, zoom. Wow, okay. I need to do a thing. It is hot. Why am I sweaty? Oh my goodness. Guys, so this jacket, right? I had it behind me. It's heavy. It's not supposed to be this heavy. Which means it's taking on a lot of water. That's gonna smell so bad. I'm gonna have to wash it after the stream. Oh, no. I didn't realize just how much... I've been sweating through my shirt. I'm sorry, guys. That was You probably didn't need to know that, but I have been, apparently. Why am I so hot? I don't know. Still can't seem to attract the women. Doesn't matter how hot you are, you just gotta... It's about the money, isn't it? Yeah. That's the only thing I could fix, guys. If I weren't broke, right? Totally. Being broke doesn't help, but, that's not true. If a woman only wants you for your money, she ain't worth it, boys, okay? Same thing to you ladies. If a man only wants you for your money, he ain't worth it. If you have money, then, like, I don't know, invest it. Save it for later. It's gonna, trust me. I am not a licensed professional, but I did take a couple of finance courses, so I do know my way around a dollar. My school has an esports team now. That is awesome. Are you involved with esports at all? And if so, which ones? Which games do you play? I almost went to a college that had esports. I was thinking about it, but I wouldn't have gone for esports. I may have gone for media, and done some stuff with esports, specifically the broadcasting side, just because I'm already well versed in it. But I don't play competitive games like Overwatch or League of Legends or Valorant. I don't play any of those things, so it wasn't something I was particularly interested in at the time. But, I do think it's a cool thing. I really do think it's cool. Did you pee on the jacket? No, it's just sweat. I can't believe I lost that much water. I didn't even realize I was that dehydrated until I felt the jacket and I was like, oh, that is heavy. We'll roll with that now. What's the temperature right now? Like, CPU maxed at 82 Celsius, but it's not running at 82 Celsius. It was up there, it's just not anymore. Hang on. Alright, we're gonna run the game a little bit. Well, temperatures. Just see what it's looking like. 72. 78. I saw it peak at 78. It's averaging at about 70 Celsius, though. Okay. Hey Siri, what is it? 70 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
70 degrees Celsius is 158 degrees Fahrenheit.
So my PC is pumping out like really hot air. That's not the hottest my PC has ever been, and it will never ever get hotter than what it's ever been, because the hottest it's ever been actually caused it to shut down to protect itself from overheating. So there is that. It's just unfortunate that we're cooking. Like, dude, I am. What's the record? It was at. What is the highest that my PC could hit? I think it was 120 Celsius is when it shuts off. What is 120 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
120 degrees Celsius is 248 degrees Fahrenheit.
Roughly 250 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the hottest object I've ever touched, this is a different question, is my 3D printer. That baby gets up to 200 Celsius, which I believe is like 400 Fahrenheit. What is 200 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
200 degrees Celsius is 392 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep. I touched one of those with my bare hands. The heating element on my 3D printer gets up to 200 Celsius to melt the plastic. And I was doing some maintenance on it. You have to heat it up in order to take the nozzle off. Well, my wrench is made out of metal, so it quickly takes on all that heat. So I just wasn't even thinking. I was like, I can't use the wrench because it's hot. I'll just use my hand. Why could I use my hand but not my wrench? I don't know. I was dumb. I was stupid. I just full on reached in there and grabbed the hot end, and I cried like a baby, dude. I was I was in so much pain. I was rolling on the floor, and then my brother came in and he's like, "Why are you being such a baby?" I'm like, I touched the thing." He's like, "Why'd you touch it?" I'm like, "'Cause I'm an idiot." I'm an idiot. He's like, "I could tell." For anyone who's wondering just how hot that really is, that is hot enough to cook a pizza. Like those frozen pizzas you buy at the store and then you cook in your oven. That's how hot that is. So I essentially cooked my fingers. That was fun. And then I've also... Speaking of cooking pizzas, I've burned my hand 3 times on 3 separate occasions cooking pizzas. One of them I touched the rack trying to pull it out. Preheated the oven, didn't think twice, just reached down and pulled the rack out so that I could put the pizza on it. Idiot. Learned my lesson eventually. Started using a fork to pull that out. Okay, we're good. One of the times the fork got kind of caught because it was bent a little bit, and so I couldn't pull it off the rack. And so when I finally did get it off the rack, my hand came up and touched the top of the oven, which theoretically is the hottest part of the oven because heat rises. So there's that as well. And then there was another time where I touched the oven door, the inside of it, because I almost fell. It was between falling face first into the oven and catching myself. I think I made the right call. It hurt a lot. I've got beef with hot things. And then I also went to Arizona, which didn't burn me, but it was hot. It was like 120 Fahrenheit, so yeah. Anyway, I need to read your messages really quick. Labmaster, you were on your first season. Last year it was slow because people don't think it's worth our time. We proved them wrong, though, as each one of our varsity seasons made it a state for each season. That is awesome. That is really, really awesome, dude. Keep up the good work. I hope that goes well. Alright, we got 2 more blocks down to go. And then this side is done. Even 1 Mario Kart? Oh, dude, that is awesome. I love Mario Kart. I haven't played in so long, but I love Mario Kart. Oh, man. Do you guys think you could play Mario Kart one-handed, like Mario Kart Wii one-handed? The reason I'm asking, I don't know if she would want to even, but, my mom, she's gonna have a shoulder surgery, and she's not gonna be able to move that arm, like, at all, for, like, 6 weeks. Quite literally, she showed me the sling that she's gonna be wearing, and it looks like she's going to suffer through that recovery. And And so I'm trying to think of things to keep her busy. And I was like, well, I could bring her, like, she used to play Spyro. And so I was like, well, I could bring her the Xbox and she could play some Spyro. But she very much won't be able to play Spyro because that is a two-handed game. So I was trying to think of Wii games because Wii has a lot of one-handed games, really. She could play Wii Sports. She couldn't play boxing, obviously, but I kind of got thinking, we used to play some Mario Kart here and there, but the problem is you hold it lengthwise, and so I don't... There are some controls that I don't know if she would be able to get to. That is the one thing about it. I don't know if she would want to, even. Because she hasn't played video games in forever. But it was something I thought about offering for her. Because I don't know what else to have her do, to be honest. I'm supposed to be taking care of her that entire 6 weeks, and I don't know what to do. I say the entire 6 weeks. My dad will be tagging in for the evenings, but for the mornings and afternoon, or noon time anyway, I'm probably going to be the one in charge. So we'll see how that goes. That's supposed to happen next month. Between that and Christmas, I'm stressed, guys. I don't know how I'm supposed to get it all done. Oh no, I'm just now realizing I've got... With my... Oh boy. Yeah, for 6 weeks of recovery is gonna, like, lead right up into pretty much the holiday season. Because that's not including all of her physical therapy afterward. That's just her in the sling. I don't... You guys are gonna have to forgive me. There may not be very many videos during that time period. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try really hard. But that sounds very impossible. Stat roulette. What time is it? That's tempting. I need to lock in on whole. Thanks, though. It would be fun, but I need to finish this, and also, it's hot. I'm baked, guys. It is so hot. Ba-ba-bum. I don't know. I don't think I could sweep on any of those either. Some of it would be tight. Some of it wouldn't be. It's most recent death. Let's see. Yeah, I'm in our Smash Bros. Season. I like to main Yoshi. I remember I used to play Yoshi a little bit. Yoshi's good. That's awesome that you play Smash Bros. Though. Which Smash Bros. Do you play? Do you play the newest one, Ultimate, or do you guys play, You play Ultimate, okay. Yeah, say, I know some people out there play, like, Melee, which is a choice. I know there's a lot of the purists, a lot of the tourney players really love Melee, but, I don't know. I'm a sucker. I'm one of those people I feel like you should be playing the newest version when it comes to anything competitive. Because that's the version that the developers deem the ideal version of the game, essentially. I hate some of the DLC characters. That's completely and totally fair. A lot of them are broken from what I've heard. Which just kind of sucks. I used to play a lot of Smash Bros. Brawl with my brothers. We would play as... I would usually play as Sonic, Snake, Samus, or Mario. Those were my go-to characters. We had a rule, if you won, you couldn't play the same character twice in a row. So you had to have a couple of characters set aside that you could play as a little bit more. That was just how we kept having fun, because otherwise my brother would whoop us all day, every day. So you had to kind of swap characters every once in a while. I also played a lot as Rob. Rob was a good one. Rob was solid. I'm on the JV team. Got so much better at the game since last year. That is awesome. That is really cool, dude. I hope it keeps going well for you then. I never really got into competitive Smash Bros. I only played casually with my brothers, but I'm not really allowed to play with my younger brother anymore, because he got a little into competitive Smash Bros. He wasn't like super competitive, but he would he did watch some videos, and so he learned a lot of the techniques that people would use, and so he got really bad about edge guarding, and I was like, dude, no offense, but I just don't find that fun to sweat in Smash Bros. So we're just not gonna play for a while now. And he got it. He understood. He was like, yeah, I get that. Like, I can't mentally deal with that right now. I play games for fun now, is what I've realized. And like, it's fair. It's completely fair to say you enjoy it playing competitively, and that's where you find your fun at it. But for me, the value of the game is the intrinsic fun that you get without needing to be sweaty. Better if both parties are sweats. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That was the thing. I've been to parties before, and I could not handle playing Smash Bros. With them, because you had people who were intentionally playing sweaty, and, you know, it was just like, I had never played Ultimate at that point, so I had no clue what was even going on, and we were playing, like, the really big party mode with the maximum amount of players, so, like, I hardly knew what was going on. And he was like, man, you guys are all trash. And it's like, yeah, this is my first time playing. He's like, what do you mean? You don't own a Switch? I'm like, no, I don't. Believe it or not, there are people who are broke who don't own Switches. Not saying that everyone who owns a Switch is rich. I'm just saying, as somebody who is a little broke, a Switch was just not in the card. My favorite part is story mode. I will say in Brawl, that was what I played the most, was the Subspace Emissary. That story mode was so fun, and I remember when I finally beat the final boss. Man, that was good. Now, I haven't played the newest story mode. I haven't gotten a Switch, like I said, so until I get one, I'm probably not gonna ever get into that, but, you know, maybe one day. Maybe one day. I haven't decided which mobile console I want to get. Part of me wants to get a Steam Deck, because I would utilize that a lot better, I think. I wouldn't have to buy more games, because I would already have whatever I have on my PC. But on the other hand, I really also kind of like the idea of having a Switch, because there are games that I can't get that are on the Switch that I wouldn't be able to get on my PC. So I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Steam Deck is better. I'm inclined to agree with you. It's just like, yeah, I still wouldn't be able to play Smash Bros. I still wouldn't be able to play Mario Kart. I wouldn't be able to play those kinds of things. But Steam Deck for the value, I would say, is probably stronger for me. I don't know if I would ever get one anyway. Like, I would kind of want to get one. I think I would get a Switch and a Steam Deck when I'm married, so that me and my wife can play things on the go. You know, if we're in an airport, we can play some Switch together, or we can play. One of us can play the Steam Deck. Because I could see it being one of those things, like, I myself wouldn't be able to have a good amount of value out of that stuff. But I think between two people, we'd have that value down. We'd be fine. Steam Deck is better. You can also get Nintendo Games Secret Method, aka pirating. My coach does it. Fair enough. I can't legally say anything about pirating other than it is illegal and it is bad. That all said, I do completely understand why people would, and I won't further comment on that, if you catch my drift. In all seriousness, I don't think I've never pirated a game. I have never pirated a game, so like nobody can come after me legally. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. A game is keyword there. Dang it, Coral, you're giving me away. The Fed is coming after me, guys. Okay. His name is a crazy boss for it. Fair enough. Steam Deck is better. My coach does it. Add them to the Steam Deck. Well, he bought the games on Switch, so he saw it fit to add them to the Steam Deck. That is one thing I kind of get. Honestly, if you buy the game, you have a license to it. And as long as you do it properly, emulating it isn't illegal, because you do apply the license to the copy of the game that is on your computer. The problem is Nintendo takes down every single emulator that they can, which causes a lot of issues with that. But yes, that is actually a legal way for him to do that, as long as he's buying the license to the game. Technically speaking, as far as I'm aware, which I could be wrong, speak to a lawyer. That's how I cover my legal bases. I tell you guys that. Technically speaking, I do believe it is legal. A game keywords there, yes. Yes. Public SMP. This is not a public SMP, Dark Reaper. This is Twitch SMP. It is a content creator server that I'm a part of. Full of a bunch of Twitch streamers. You can see them all listed at the top there. Ashtunio, me, Mr. None _me, and then Ryan Games. But I do have a server that is currently in the works. It's probably another year out before that comes out, though, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. However, if you're interested in that, there will be more information about it eventually, and you guys can join that when you want. So many kids get cracked Minecraft these days, then complain when they can't join a Minecraft SMP. Yeah. That one bugs me, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Minecraft isn't expensive. That's my whole thing. It really isn't. Like, you could, surely you know somebody that you can go mow the lawn for. Or that you can help move furniture, or pull weeds, or spread some mulch. Surely you can find one thing to do that will make you enough money to go buy this game. I mean, I know people who have saved up for PS5s off of doing odd jobs for neighbors and family friends. Like you said, Lammaster, it's $5 on mobile. So, you know, I'm not trying to be judgmental or anything. I'm just saying, like, a lot of these people say, like, it's super expensive, and maybe it is in their country. I don't know. But surely you can find something to make the extra money for it. So I play, yeah, I get that. You work within your means. You absolutely work within your means. My left side is acting up. Could ask for it as a cheap birthday present. Yeah, I mean, for my birthday one year, I asked, I put Minecraft on my list, and my sister, she bought it for me. She gave me $28, I think is how much it cost at the time, to buy Minecraft Java Edition. And it came with Minecraft Windows 10 Edition as well. It was the first bundle before they made it a permanent thing. I got both for one small price. By the way, now that I have a console, I'll try to get my parents to buy me a Hollow Knight for mine on the 26th of September. That's only 10 days away, dude. That is awesome. Well, happy birthday. I will probably forget if I don't remember on the day of. Happy birthday now. That is awesome. That is awesome. And Hollow Knight is a good game. I highly recommend it. It's only 15. That's not bad at all. You know, I enjoyed Hollow Knight. I've got 100 and maybe even 200 hours in it. I've got a lot of hours in Hollow Knight. I know that much. I have 189.8 hours of playtime in Hollow Knight. So I highly recommend it to anybody who hasn't played Hollow Knight. Now, I can't say anything about Silksong, but I can say the default Hollow Knight, great game. I'm gonna top it. I believe it. It's a good game. Most of my hours came from trying to 100%, 112%, complete Pantheon 5, Steel Soul, all that stuff. It took me a long time, but it was so worth it. It was so worth it. I'm gonna top it. That one is also cheap. Yeah, Silksong is $20. Not bad at all. I'm gonna put that a little closer. Does it sound like I'm closer to your guys' ear? What about now? Am I really close to your ear? I'm not gonna do ASMR. I'm not. That's not who I am. But it could be for the low, low price of $20 a month. Nope. I'm a little bit whacked. Whacked? Yeah, I'm whacked right now. I don't know what that means. I know what that means. I'm well aware of what that actually means, but I don't know what I was trying to say there. Please don't. You don't want me to be right next to your ear? I can't imagine why you wouldn't want me close to your ear. I'm on crack, just kidding. It's okay, me too. Let's see, ASMR is the weirdest thing ever, but I guess some... yeah, it's an interesting thing. I don't know. I'm weirded out by it a little bit. I won't lie. I'm glad some people found a way to, like, make a lot of money off of it. I'm glad that they get the bag somehow. But it is kind of weird. I won't lie. JJ, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. They're extorting children, how they make their money. ASMR channels? I mean, some of them probably do, yeah. I was more so thinking about the ones with, like, the ear microphones that people lick. Those ones I don't think children are necessarily getting into. But I could definitely see the ones that are, like, about crushing foam and, satisfying sounds. I could definitely foresee those more so being targeted towards children. I don't know. Older people just ignore them. I mean, it just depends on which type of ASMR. I do agree, most older people usually ignore that kind of stuff. I don't know. Right. I accidentally stumbled across it once. I must say though, those microphones look mega expensive. Oh, they definitely are. One of my friends wanted one just for the meme, and it was gonna cost like... I want to say it was like $2,000 for the one that she was looking at. Which I don't even think is the most expensive one. Which is the crazy part. I'm gonna come over here to the corner. There's like my nose covers slightly. There's cartilage on the end of your nose, right? Sometimes mine just doesn't bounce back after I rub my nose. I don't know. I've never thought about that before. I've just always thought that was normal, but now I'm realizing that's probably not normal, is it? So I have to push it back into place. It's not like I'm dislocating my nose or anything. I'm just like, there's like a little piece of cartilage on the end of my nose that doesn't always go back to where it's supposed to be. I feel like that's probably something I should talk to my doctor about, but you guys are getting it, so congrats. Let's see. I'm a sophomore in there. Weird. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm gonna go. See you, King. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, Lab Master. I will catch you again later on. But thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, there we go. I was like, I'm forgetting to tell you something. There we go. I'm kind of hungry. I don't know why. I ate twice today. No, I ate 3 times today. I ate breakfast for once in my life. I actually ate breakfast, guys. Can you believe that? I'm also like sweating through my clothes right now. So that might be part of it. Like, I think even my jeans are kind of is sweat a word? I feel like we've said this before, but I'm sweating through my jeans. Which isn't great. I don't know why it's so hot. The air is on. The windows are all closed. By all means, it should be cool in the house. Oh no. Anyway. Coral, you said something way earlier, and I'm just now remembering. You said something about your profile picture. I don't see a profile picture, if I'm honest. Open image, new tab. Oh. It's an actual coral. I should have expected that. There we go. It is cool. I do like it. I do like it. Did you draw it yourself? I'm curious. It looks cool. I've never had a talent for art. I want to get good at it, because obviously Omnia is gonna be interesting. I'm not an artist by any means, so there's gonna be a lot of trial and error for that. But in the case of like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, I'm not sure how that stuff's gonna turn out. So I do need to start practicing it. Maybe I need to start making some emotes myself. I wanted to pay some people to do it, in all honesty, because I wanted to support the community. But all my artist friends are super busy. Although that's not entirely true. Some of them aren't. I don't know. I may see what I can pull together. It also just depends on how much extra money I got there. We shall see. Yes, but I traced. Fair enough. 2 fun facts about your name, Coral. There's a swimming pool not far from me called Coral Reef, and one of my ex-girlfriend's name was Coral. I've never heard of somebody being named Coral. Interesting. That is really interesting coincidence, though, that both of those things, and then you got Coral Reef here. That was her official name, Coral. Interesting. Her parents really must have been feeling experimental, I guess. My real name is... My real name is not Coral? I don't know. Maybe I'm dyslexiaing this. Dyslexiaing? Is that the term of acting and dyslexic? What am I saying? Acting and dyslexic. Yes, that... That's very close to being named Cora. Cora is a good name. I do like that. Can narrow down my name now to not Cora. That does narrow it down by a lot. I'm trying to think of what your name could be, Coral. I know, like, nothing about you other than, like, you like Taylor Swift. And, you like volleyball. It's probably, like, Caitlyn. I don't know why, but that's That's just where my brain goes, and that's like the most basic name ever. But you old woman name, Sandra or Caitlin? I'm gonna say if Caitlin's an old woman name, I am actually an old man because I have so many friends named Caitlin. But Sandra is an old woman name, I guess. Okay. 3, 4. Obviously, you don't have to confirm or deny any of those names. Yeah. Caitlin is a nice name. This is the question. How do you spell Caitlin? You got your variation there. There's, I've seen somebody spell it with a C. I've seen it spelled, double N at the end of that variation. There's K-A-T-E instead of A-I-E. There are a lot of variations of Caitlin. Depending on how it's spelled, it's not terribly far off. Okay, I see. Caitlin. Caitlin is the nicest way of spelling it. I can probably agree with that, honestly. It looks more aesthetically pleasing. I don't know. I don't like it with a C. I don't know why, but when somebody spells Caitlin with a C, it throws me off. Just a little bit. But I did know somebody who's spelled that way. Same thing with Kaylee. Which also threw me off because a lot of people didn't know how to read her name, and so they'd call her Sealy. Which, if I'm not mistaken, is a Gaelic name. So it was interesting. She wasn't, like, Scottish or anything, so, like, I don't know Scottish or Irish. So there was, like, no amount of Gaelic blood in her, if I recall correctly. But it was spelled like that. It was an interesting thing. I don't know. I don't know what I would name any of my kids, to be honest with you. This is like jumping conversations a little bit. Swifto, earlier you said you wanted 7 kids. Do you want to talk about that, dude? I don't know if you're still here. I just now remembered that you said that. You want to talk about that? I had a friend named Kaylee. But you could also spell it Kaylee. Yep. Kaylee is an interesting one. That one throws me off when it's GH. I don't know. Emily is another one I see a lot of variations on. Coral, is your name Barbara? Oh yeah, I think Coral is a Barbara and all her friends call her Barb. It just all makes sense now. You don't give off Barb energy, but for the sake of today, you do. But I used a pick. Okay. That is what it is. Thinking of things that assist in association with sea and coral. Barbara Manatee? I'm thinking of the correlation there. Correlation, Sandra Barber. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you know what? That makes a lot more sense. Good one. I'm on it today, man. I'm on it. I hate myself. That was a dumb joke. It was funny though. Very funny. Ah. I feel as though I'm like cooking inside of my own skin. My skin is cold, but my insides are hot. I feel like my body is just making itself into a soup. But we are going to finish this section of the hole. By golly gee willikers, it will be done. Why gee willikers? I don't know. It just fit, I guess. It felt like a gee willikers moment. You should sleep. I'm not tired. I'm just hot. I'm a hot guy. That this is my natural state, guys. I can't help it. I'm always hot. Or something like that. That is the worst part about whatever I've got. And it may not be tied to whatever I have that's causing the pain and sleepiness. But I also, like, sweat a ton in my sleep. So I have to wash my bed covers a lot. Because otherwise, it's gonna stink. Which, I mean, like, you know, most people should be probably washing their bed covers more than what they do. I need to honestly just buy more bed covers so that I can just replace the set. And then wash one. Replace, like, what, every week? Probably realistic? I don't know. We'll see. Whoa there. 4:38 here. I should sleep. You should. Sleep not until stream is finished. Valid. Me too. Okay. I'm working on it. I will be wrapping up stream shortly. Like, there's just this little hole here. Hole? It's not a hole. It's a mask. I got 2 sets, change every week. That is completely and totally fair, and I need to do it too. At the very least, I need to change the sheets, the pillowcases, and the fitted sheet, because those are usually what I wear. I have the blankets behind me, the white one, and then like the yellow one, and then the red one. I do have all those on usually, because I freeze to death otherwise. But I hear a skeleton, but I don't know where. But then I wake up and I'm like, right? I wake up usually in the morning and I'm like, oh. I feel like I'm dying of heat stroke. Why am I not sweaty? Because I've already sweat out everything else that I can. So I'm pretty much just drier than a rock. I haven't changed mine in a while, to be honest. Fair enough. How long's a while? That is a good question. That is a good question. I'll admit, I haven't changed mine in probably a little bit. I don't know when the last time it would have been. I could probably do it now. Not tonight. But I usually try to do it at minimum. I should be probably doing it once a month. But I really want to do it like twice a month. Ideally once a week. But I don't know if I can find some of the bedding so that I can just have a duplicate set. I don't know. How often should I change them? That is a good question, and I don't know the honest answer to that. I just know everybody doesn't change it as much as they should. I know this is also true about brushing teeth. Everybody knows this rule, but nobody actually... Well, I shouldn't say nobody follows it, because I do follow it. But I know a lot of people don't brush their teeth twice a day, 2 minutes each. And there are some places in the world that actually recommend that you do it 3 times a day for 3 minutes each. I think it's South Korea that suggests doing a 3-minute brushing session 3 times a day. You do it once in the morning, you do it once after lunch, and then you do it once in the evening. I tried that for a short while, but I was having sensitivity issues, so I had to stop. But I am a little bit of a fanatic when it comes to trying to be clean. I don't know what started that in me, but it's been an ongoing issue where I'm like kind of obsessing over it now. Like, just the thought of brushing my teeth right now is so appealing. Which is a good thing, I guess, but it's kind of like I'm almost compelled to do it right now. I don't know. Besides my answer on how long a while is, that's completely fair, Coral. What are you making or doing? I'm currently digging a hole, and this will eventually become a mega build where I have a whole bunch of skyscrapers in there, and we'll also have a huge dome over top of it that'll look kind of like this. Once a week is what I'd say, but rich people with maids and stuff would probably do it once a day or every other day, so I'm not sure what normal is. I think hotels change them daily, but you can ask for daily clean. Yeah, I mean, hotels will replace it every day, especially if you're only there for 1 day, because they change it for every guest. But yeah, they'll do it as often as you request. Yeah, that is the thing. 2 weeks is a while. 3 if we're gonna be more accurate. Fair enough. Fair enough. Mine was probably like last month, if I'm honest. Which, like, I realize how I've talked about how bad I sweat at night. I should probably do it more. Part of it is my dad. Here I go, I'm about to play my dad. He insists on doing the laundry. I do not expect him to do my laundry, but he insists on doing it. And I don't necessarily want to create more work for him to redo my sheets every week. But right now I could definitely do it because he's not home. I try to be really careful. I don't want my parents picking up extra work just because I want to do something different. He wouldn't mind doing it. That's the thing. I know he wouldn't. But I don't know. I want to do my own stuff. And every time he steps in and he does stuff for me, it's like, it's sweet of him. Don't get me wrong. I love that he's willing to do things for me. It's just, unfortunately, it's like, I would really like to be able to do my own bedding. That's all I want, man. give you props. What texture pack are you using? The only texture pack I'm using a shader pack. It's called Complementary Imagined. That's the only thing I'm using though. Everything else is vanilla textures. I do have a mod called Sounds that does change some of the sound effects, but outside of that, just vanilla. Even if you stay for a weekend or a week, they will change it every day for you. I mean, yeah, if you... Here in the United States, anyway, I think you have to ask for it. They will change it every few days, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't even let room service into my room during my stay, if I'm honest. So that might also be a part of it. I clean it a lot. I'm very vigilant. I was telling one of my friends the other day, last time I went to a hotel, I went by myself, so my parents weren't with me or anything, and I made sure room service didn't have anything to do when they got to my room. So I did a lot of cleaning. I mean, they had things to do still. Like, they still had to put new sheets on. They still had to do, you know, they still had to clean the bathroom. Like, I did what I could, but I don't have the chemicals, and they still have to do that because they have to have proof that it's done, sort of deal. But I did not leave any mess for them whatsoever. Like, even the chair, the little office chair in the room, I pushed that in, and then I laid down on the floor, and I moved each wheel to face the desk in the proper orientation so that it was easy to pull out for the next person. I was meticulous with that thing. I stripped the bed down for them, and then I walked out the door. Oh. Okay. There. Okay, ask your AI chatbot, see what they say. I'm interested to know, and I could ask Google, but your AI would be cool. Which question? I will happily do it. I want to make sure I ask the right thing. That's OCD. I mean, it was a little bit. I don't know. When it comes to my stuff, I'm not OCD about it. When it's other people's stuff, I am hyper vigilant in making sure it is exactly as it's supposed to be. About changing bed sheets? Okay, I gotcha. I will do it. Okay. New chat. How often should you change your bed sheets? Usually once a week is the sweet spot for most people. That keeps sweat, oils, and dust building up and helps your bed stay fresh, but it can depend on your situation. Every 3 to 4 days if you sweat a lot at night, have allergies, or sleep naked. Okay. Never even considered naked sleepers, to be honest. Forgot they existed. No judgment if you're here. Every 1 to 2 weeks if you shower before bed, sleep fairly cool, and or don't shed much. I would fall in the camp of showering before bed usually. I do not sleep very cool, and I do shed a decent amount. Pillowcases are worth changing more often, 3 or 4 days, since your face is against them constantly. Interesting. I sleep naked. I've learned something new about you. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks. I thought you were gonna. Oh, I can ask my phone. Yeah. How often should I change my bed sheets?
Here's an answer for mythical things.
It just says once a week. Ethical bedding. Ethicalbedding.com. clothes in bed are so uncomfortable. So this here we go. I may or may not sleep in my jeans. I don't do it every night. Recently, because of how bad my joints have been, I've had to sleep in looser fitting clothes because the jeans were contributing to some amount of inflammation in my knees, which was causing a lot of issues. So I don't sleep in my jeans as much anymore, but I actually prefer that over the loose fitting clothes. And I get a lot of weird looks for it. I know, I'm a monster, but I prefer it. I don't know. It's just, I feel comfortable in my jeans. I do now sleep without a shirt, but that's just because of how much I sweat. It's getting pretty bad. I gotta figure that out, man. I don't want that to be my wife's problem in the future, where, like, you know... Like, let's be real here, guys. I'm probably a little spoon, okay? Let's just get that out of the way. If I'm little spoon, though, then that means, like, she's gonna be hugging a sweat pool. That's just, like... That's gross. Or, alternatively, if I'm big spoon, then, like... She's going to have this, like, sweaty dude right on top of her, essentially, and that's just not... That doesn't sound comfortable to me. So I think that does need to be an issue that's addressed to some degree. Just to some degree. You know, as much as it can be. You know, some of that stuff can't be fixed. Like, if it's temperature regulation issues and it's not due to thyroid, which it doesn't seem like it is because my results have always come back clean, then it's due to the autonomic nervous system, which is a very interesting system within the human body. Basically, it controls everything, which is like a scary thing to say, oh yeah, that's broken, but it is, probably. And if that is the case, it would explain a lot, and that would be why I sweat all day, night, and I'm also cold all day, all night. Plus being tired and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know if there's an autonomicist. That's probably not what they're called. It's probably just a neurologist. They probably control... It's just neurology, yeah. I'm an idiot. Well, I'm a genius because I figured it out. No, I'm not a genius. I'm bare minimum. I'm so mean to myself. What's wrong with me? Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay, that's enough. Alright, we finished. We did it, guys. We did it. Did it. So down here is layer 1. And then over there's another layer. And then up here we'll have another layer. I don't know how deep it's going to be yet. I'm kind of thinking somewhere right about where that granite is. So it's kind of a smaller step. And then over here, I just got to decide where that's going to go. It may even be taller than that one. It just kind of depends on where I'm looking in the future. One other thing, just come over here. We definitely still have sand. Yep. Okay. So I need to get that all condensed down to 4 furnaces. Okay. We can do that. Okay, so 100 would be C4 plus 36. Okay. Just make sure I get this all done. +64 plus 36, and then 64. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Sweet. Get the buckets out of the way. Bop. And bop. Okay. That's all almost done. We almost have all our glass, which is good. That means we can start building that as soon as possible. Sleep. Put away some of our goods and we can go to bed. Or you guys can go to bed. I'll stay up and work on some stuff because Omnia ain't gonna develop itself, guys. I'm glad I'm feeling inspired about that lately. It's been a fun project to take on, so I'm not too salty that it's taking me a long time. I'm kind of happy it is because it's a passion project, so you kind of want to enjoy the process if you can. And so far, I'm enjoying it, so as much as I do complain about how long it takes and how much frustration it causes me, it's also very fun. Up. Okay. And I need more wood. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Oak planks into chest. Okay. I can't reach up there. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's fly back over, take a good look at it, wrap up stream. Wow. Alright, so, catching us up to speed. We dug down about 6 layers here. There used to be a cave here that was very noticeable. That has since been pretty much mowed down. It looks really good now. This is about the layer I was wanting to be at, so ideally we were going to have it all the way down, but I just don't have the willpower for that. Now maybe we find out later on that, like, I have time and we could keep digging down and we'll get there when we get there. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. Over here, this side is also flattened. It's good. We're set. This side is next, which means we got to figure out where that's going to go. I'm kind of thinking this granite line is a good spot to stop. It would put us at Y16, which would be kind of nice, a little bit above this level. And then over here, I just got to decide what that's going to look like. I kind of want it to be between the two. Between this one and between that one, but I don't know. I don't know what we'll do. We'll see. When does the season end? It does not currently have an end date. Last season lasted until, I think, November or December. So I've got a couple more months to go. I think it's doable, in all honesty, because these 2 digs are going to be a lot smaller than this one over here. This one over here only took me, like, what, 1 or 2 weeks to do? So, this side will probably be very fast. Same thing with this one. Then we just got to build the dome, which is very big. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you're looking at a really, really big deal here. It's not going to just be a one-stream sort of deal, probably. But I'll do that. That'll probably take me about a week or 2. And then we can get into building some things on the inside. So we'll come down here and we'll build all the cool things like skyscrapers, little parks, and it'll be pretty nice, I think. Hopefully. We'll just get there when we get there. I'm gonna be freehanding the entire interior because I have no plan for it. It just kind of happened, and I've had the idea in my head, so it'll be an experiment by then. I'm hoping to get there by the end of October though, so it's gonna be cutting it close. When I have information on the end of the season, then we'll definitely begin our grind on Twitch SMP and probably focus on it a lot more. Especially with stone really fast. Oh yeah, we could technically do all the stone in one go if I did a full 5-hour stream like today. Because like over here, for example, there's a huge cave right here. Now, unfortunately, there's also a lot of water down here, I think. Although I'm not seeing the water, but I'm definitely in it. Okay. And then over here, I know this is technically cheating. There's not a lot of caves, though. There is, like, a water cave there, so depending on how deep I want to go, I do have a little bit of that. The water's just going to be the biggest pain. But outside of that, you know, we're doing okay. It'll be done soon. And as soon as this is all said and done, we may begin a new series. I don't know. We may decide, you know what, I really enjoyed that, and we'll keep working on Twitch SMP things, but I'm kind of leaning towards trying something new and seeing where that takes us. It could be a forever world. It could be a hardcore world. I'm just out to try new things. That's the big one. Anyway, all that said and done, I appreciate you all for being here. We are going to wrap up the stream now. So give me a second while I get us all situated here, and I'm going to try to find us somebody to raid. So if you don't mind, please consider sticking around. We are going to find somebody. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it, Nathan. And Coral, you as well. You both have been here pretty much the entire stream. Appreciate you both. Nathan, you've been here the entire stream, actually. I want to thank Maddie for the raid, Classy Maniac for the hype train, and the 5 gifted subs. Absolutely crazy. All the follows, y'all. Seriously, thank you all so much. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm thinking we can go say hello to Athema. She's a member of the Twitch SMP server, and she's a lot of fun to be around. I mod for her on occasion. So I would encourage you guys to hop in the raid, get some free channel points, meet a cool streamer along the way. YouTube, I'm just going to leave you off here. Appreciate you for being here. Seriously, much appreciated. I'll be seeing you guys around again come Thursday when we get back to more Twitch SMP. So I'll see you then. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.